Why did it stop? Hey, it's kind of working now. Not sure I'll figure it out if it stops working, but you know, one thing at a time. How do I play this game again? This is where they want me to face. Where's my wall? That's my wall. That's my middle. Okay. Um. Where's the John Wick pistol? Is that a ray gun? No, that's a Star Wars gun. No. Oh, that's a drum gun. Then in the pistol, you know what John Wick's pistol is like? Which one is it? I need a name. You know what? Yeah, we're just gonna go with the mop handle C69 because it has the funny number 69. Pick a scene and style. Yeah, we're dual wielding. What kind of shit is that? More fun. Yeah, let's get warmed up with that. There's a campaign? Sure. I'm ready. I don't give a fuck. How do I... That's how. I got one hand. Look. Oh shit, okay, yeah, just one hand. Or you shoot people when they're down. This is my kind of game. Bro, chill. Bro, I'm obsessed with reloading in this game. Oh shit! Okay, it's a real game. Bruh. I gotta dodge. Bruh. I'm scared of losing my headset. Oh, fuck. Nick, we're John Wicken. You are? But then don't lie to me. What the fuck? That actually makes me want to dodge like hell. Oh fuck. Oh fuck, I didn't reload that time. Oh, did sideways like a gangster, Nikolai? Whoa. What the fuck? Okay, that's supposed to happen. Bro, my leg's all fucked up. Oh, the bullets are coming out. It's kind of funny. Can I get a second weapon? No, I have a... What? I have to punch people? Okay. Okay. Pistol whip. Okay. Can I get my ammo back? I like to shoot people. Oh, now it's just dodging. Oh fuck! Oh bro, I'm so happy there's cushion on my wall because I would have hit my head right there. Oh. Oh my gosh, hit my mic.
you go just a little bit further back there. Might sound like shit, but at least you won't be in danger. Okay. Here's my circle. Ouch. I hit my fucking hand. Where we dodge. Damn. Yo, what's up? I'm playing being a fucking badass. De quoi ça? Let's go. Why is it so hot? Just moving a little bit. Running. Yeah. Ouais, ouais. À place d'être une girafe, genre? Oh, let's go. I got a gun again, Nick. Oh, I didn't dodge that. Yeah, for some reason people keep having them. Oh, what the fuck am I supposed to do to this guy? Okay, I need to figure that one out. Okay, I really don't get that. Ok, peut-être doigt. Je parle de mon jeu, je comprends pas qu'est-ce que je fasse avec le gars avec le bouclier. Good job. The beat is so good. I need to put the volume up. What am I supposed to do here? Oh, that's what I'm supposed to do. I'm supposed to hit him. Nick? Yeah, Alex said bye. Oh. Bro, I'm sweating from my face. Big shit machine. Okay. Whew. Oh my lord. We did it! Fuck you, robots! I'm sweating, Nick. As we move around. Yeah, shoot cartridges down. $20.89. Is that it? You know what? That was fun, but holy fuck am I sweating. 1 sec. Wow. I'm sure gonna go take a quick shower because holy fuck, bro, I'm sweating. I'm gonna be back in like 5 minutes.
I'm back. Let's fix my mic that I just fucking knocked earlier. Okay. Oh fuck, I knocked these things out, that's what I did. I hit it so hard I almost took out every single wire that it's connected to except two. You know how like it's hanged with like wires and suspension there in the thing? Yeah. It didn't like me too much. Oh bro, I'm still sweating, but now I'm sweating just because I'm getting out of the shower. Okay. Got my little rhythm game itch scratched. Now what do I go play? What we do every day. Dark and Dorker. Well, Dark and Dorker. For dorks like me. Man, my stream's mad lag. Yeah, I need to go do that. I'm gonna go fill up my water and I'll finish my Duolingo. Ugh.
something. I got my water. My Duolingo is done, and my stream is fixed. Brother. Yeah, VR is fun, but god damn. My body is just like sweat, sweat. Nice, almost everything's sold, so that's pretty. 9 days, Nikolai. 9 days in this season, and so on the 29th. Guys are in a league of their own. The guy in the rankings, okay? Top 3 is 680k. After that, it's 644k and 605k. And then fourth place is 569. Like, holy shit, is the gap huge. Damn, number 1 fighter is just at 350 compared to that. Yeah, of course, number 1 is a warlock. He probably, like, whoops ass and does fucking bosses constantly. And Bard is 2. Rogue is 3. Rogue 3, damn. Yep. And here. Warm up. Okay. What? How did I step on that? Sorry, I just heard something. I need you to wait a minute. Yeah, I see him. You fucked up. Oh, okay. If you ask nicely, I'll let you go. It's fine. Have a nice day. After getting bullied at the boss yesterday so much, like, you know, if the man talks to me and doesn't show straight up like he wants to kill me, I'll let him go. the last time I'm sitting beside somebody. Yesterday I sat beside somebody out of like, oh, he's not attacking me, I need to heal. I was just in the boss fight, right? Fucker betrayed me. Leave the warlock alone! No, leave the warlock alone! He didn't do nothing. Have a good day, my friend. Have a good day. This guy said it was teaming. No, I literally just chose him as a target. Because he was a cleric bullying a warlock. Okay, let's get out of here. Another little warm up. So he killed him anyways. Well, that's his own fault for going back for the kill. Okay, the guy found a legendary mace in there. Alright, man. Catch you in a bit. What's up? Yo, for a second, I was like, Chris better not be talking about me. Chris, you just pick up the slack. Damn. Kinda is. I mean, to be fair, it is on the same continent, so you can give Chris a pass. But that's what I'm saying. He can get a pass. You know people from there? Yo, that is kind of lit, Noah. I didn't know you were that deep. Really? No, you don't seem like it. You look white as fuck. Oh, yo, Noah, I thought of you earlier today. Okay, I'm asking too much for my PC. Can't break it. Me too. Just get out of here. This is lagging way too hard. I think this is just tough love. Which island? Yeah, you guys would turn to cannibalism really quick, only you two. Chris pleads the fifth. Why mud? Make it oil. Make it oil. It would be worse. Bro, don't even get me started, man. No, it's total bullshit right now. They have us do nav basically. We have to nav them, and then when that doesn't work, then we get them to replace. And now today they just changed the process for us to just fucking take the payment and provide them the stuff. No, nav is a navigation call. It's what ecom does. I'm considering buying Wukong. Yeah, I'm just trying to run the benchmark right now. They did an app to be able to see if you can run it properly. I'm trying to see how it would. Oh, it's pretty bad already. Apparently has some roguelike aspects as well. Yeah, man, at least you know how it feels. Is it? It looks like I could buy Wukong and run it at low. Hmm. Hmm. All right. All right. All right. for one. What's the name of the character you want to play? Oh, that's gonna take me forever. So just watch fucking this while I wait. Okay. Want to see?
operator at night to satisfy the wild fantasies of men online. Interestingly, during the day, she works as a background singer for a music label. She is the voice of Eva, a famous singer and model with millions of fans. One day, during Eva's concert, Juwita gets so engrossed in singing and dancing backstage that she ends up tripping on a wire. This affects Eva's performance on the front stage because she only lip syncs to the songs. But before anyone can notice, Juwita quickly gets up and continues singing. After the concert, Eva reprimands the poor girl for attempting to undermine her performance. She even calls her names and talks condescendingly. Juwita can only apologize and accept her mistake. However, the production manager, Andre, is impressed by her performance, which lightens up her mood. It is revealed that Juwita has had a long-standing crush on him. Andre is appreciative of her work and even hugs her as a gesture of gratitude. This makes Juwita extremely happy, as it is the first time Andre has come so close to her. Later, while having dinner with her best friend Yara, she keeps mentioning his name. However, Yara believes that Andre has many girls, especially models like Eva, lined up for him. She suggests that Juwita not take his friendly gestures as a positive signal from him. Hearing her words, Juwita recalls an incident at college when she had liked the school hunk. He had pretended to like her just so he could take advantage of her. His positive signals were merely a tactic to get her to do his project. With this realization, Juwita becomes upset and starts ordering more food. This annoys the waiter, and he makes fun of her appetite, but Yara cannot stand his rude remarks, so she defends her best friend. It is your only job to get food. Would Elon Musk make fun of someone for buying a Cybertruck? Well, he might. While returning home, the girls get matching tattoos on their backs to symbolize their strong and compassionate friendship. The next day after work, Andre offers to drop Juwita off at home. She excitedly accepts, and even gets invited to his birthday celebration party. During the ride, they chat about work and their personal lives. They soon come across a quiet neighborhood, and Juwita asks Andre to drop her off there. She lies to him that she's staying at a friend's place tonight, when in reality, she's visiting her father at a mental hospital. After she leaves, Andre realizes that she mistakenly left her diary in his car. In the meantime, Juwita greets her father warmly and talks about her day. It is revealed that he became mentally ill and depressed after her mother's passing. Whenever Juwita visits him, he feels as if his wife has returned, because he always mistakes her for her mother. However, Juwita doesn't mind this at all. She instead hugs him and reveals that she has now fulfilled her dream of becoming a singer. The next morning, Juwita finds a box of gifts left behind by someone. It's a gorgeous red dress with a card on it, instructing her to wear it that night at Andre's birthday party. Assuming that he is the sender, she excitedly shares it with Yara. Her friend finds the situation odd, but doesn't say much because Juwita seems thrilled. That night, Juwita goes to meet Andre at his birthday celebration, wearing the gorgeous dress. She approaches him and thanks him for the gift. However, Andre seems to have no idea about it. Just then, Eva arrives at the scene wearing the same dress. She looks exceptionally stunning and all the public eyes are set on her. It turns out Eva was the one who sent the dress to Juwita to intentionally body shame her. This leaves our poor girl heartbroken and embarrassed, prompting her to run away in tears. In the aftermath of this public humiliation, Andre becomes furious and accuses Eva of childish behavior. She still shows no remorse and suggests that they fire Juwita, but Andre defends her, saying she has talent even though she isn't as good looking as others. Unfortunately, Juwita overhears their conversation and misinterprets that Andre is talking bad about her. Deeply saddened, she returns home and decides to commit the unthinkable. But just then, she hears an incoming call from a plastic surgeon who is her regular client. Seeing his name pop up on her laptop, Juwita has something in her mind. The following day, she visits the doctor's clinic and decides to fix her body. The surgeon informs her that the procedure will take a long time and the cost is very expensive. However, he quickly offers her a discount when Juwita reveals a secret. She is the phone sex operator he's been chatting with for a while now. You wouldn't want me telling people about how you like to put Beyblades up your butthole, would you? Hey, doctor? Let it rip, I think you said? After scheduling an appointment to transform herself into a beautiful woman, Juwita goes to visit her father at the hospital. She tells him that she will be away for a while and promises to take care of him after she returns. The scene then shifts to the operation day, where Juwita goes through a series of extensive procedures. Once it's over, the doctor informs her that the healing process will take a long time. As a result, Juwita disappears without informing anyone, leaving her best friend confused and worried. Eva and Andre are also forced to cancel many shows and halt the recording of an upcoming album when Eva cannot bear it any longer. She decides to look for Juita herself. She arrives at her apartment but doesn't find anyone there. Upon further inspection, she discovers a photograph of Juita with her father, along with a hospital document. This makes her suspect that Juita has gone to the hospital to meet her dad. Fast forward to 3 months later. Juita has completed her transformation and looks utterly different. She is now changed into a stunning woman that meets society's standards. During a ride to the mall, she gets into a minor accident with a young man. Juita quickly exits the car and offers to repair the damaged part. Fortunately, the young man is so spellbound by her beauty that he decides to lower his voice. A cop then arrives at the scene to resolve the issue. However, he too becomes mesmerized by her. Although Juita doesn't have any serious charges, the officer insists on going to the station to settle the matter financially. She shows her ID, which features her old appearance, but the officers refuse to believe she is the same person. Juita then calls her best friend to help her out. However, even Yara doesn't recognize her until she spots the matching tattoo on her back. They then confirm the ID and finally settle the issue. Having reunited with her friend after so long, Juita explains why she had to undergo the surgery and how it helped her straighten out her life. Shortly after, Yara's boyfriend John arrives at the scene and warmly greets her. He asks who this beautiful girl is, and Yara lies that it's her new friend, Angel. She also hides the fact that she has undergone surgery. Juita likes the name, so she decides to call herself Angel from now on. Meanwhile, John, who is a medical officer by profession, brings Yara weight loss medication, as usual. It turns out he wants her to be slimmer than she already is. When he excuses himself for a call, Juita persuades her friend not to take the medication. She stresses that the pills contain harmful substances that may be damaging to Yara's already fit body. The latter agrees at first, but when her boyfriend arrives, she reluctantly takes the medicine to impress him. In the meantime, Andre's production house is on the lookout for a new talent. As Eva's background singer, Juita decides to audition for the role so that she can kickstart her career. Much to her surprise, Andre absolutely loves her voice. He is so impressed that he agrees to promote Angel as the main performer instead of a background singer. Soon, Juita launches her debut song that captivates the hearts and souls of music lovers all over Indonesia. But her popularity becomes a concern for Eva, who struggles to launch her second album. Filled with jealousy, she becomes determined to find Juita, the only person who can help her resume singing. In the next scene, Eva visits Juita's father at the hospital and attempts to talk him into revealing his daughter's location. However, the old man remains mute during the entire conversation. This further enrages Eva, prompting her to storm off from there. Meanwhile, Juita is engrossed in recording her second song with Andre's company.
Yes, let's do it!
At one time, he encourages her to perform genuinely, from the heart. He then shows a video of a plus-sized Juita who had auditioned for the role of a backup singer a long time ago. He tells Angel that she should perform like the girl in the video, displaying emotion and her true self. Looking at her former self, Juita realizes that Andre was accepting of her appearance before she had undergone surgery. This makes her feel horrible, as she is hiding her true identity from him. The next day, Juita decides to reveal the truth to Andre. During dinner, she indirectly asks about his opinion on plastic surgeries. He responds that he likes people who are accepting of their true selves, rather than transforming themselves to become someone else. He advocates for authenticity over altering one's appearance. Upon hearing this, Juita becomes deeply confused. She reflects on her conversations with her father, recalling how he believed that having good looks would lead to a better life. However, she struggles to understand the standards imposed by society. She then decides against revealing the truth because she is afraid that Andre might not forgive her. It's best if he just thinks that she died or something. The next day, as Juita prepares to make her live television debut, she suddenly gets a call from the hospital. It turns out that Yara has been admitted due to complications from weight loss medication. Prioritizing her friend's health, she rushes to the hospital, where she learns from the doctor that they narrowly saved Yara's life. Juita gets really upset about all the harmful medications out there and wonders why they even exist. She then confronts John, condemning his role in pressuring Yara to attain perfection at any cost. Juita becomes so furious that when she performs later, she unleashes all her emotions and delivers an incredible performance. She busts out the song Bodies by Drowning Pool for some reason, but everyone seems to love it. That evening, Andre and Juita celebrate their success together at his place. While they chat, he gets a call and excuses himself outside. As Juita waits for him to return, she starts to feel bored and sketches small drawings on the napkin. By the time Andre returns, she is sound asleep on the sofa. sofa. Just then, he sees the drawings and finds something amiss. He then retrieves Juita's
Yeah, Matt,
diary from his closet.
I'm just looking at something while Wukong's downloading.
Match. This finally makes him realize that Juita and Angel are the same person. Damn, she must have hit the hyperbolic time chamber. A few days later, Juita hosts
And
a
that
party to
video
celebrate
sounded
the launch
funny.
of her first album.
I mean,
Just
that
when
movie.
everything is going well, Eva
Wukong,
shows up and announces
the
that
new
a
game
fan
there,
wishes
Wukong?
to meet Angel.
Oh.
He is none other than her old
Oh,
father.
fucking an
Turns
hour
out
of
that Eva has
download.
been doing a little digging of her own that led her to discover the truth about Juita's disappearance. Upon seeing her mentally
Yeah,
unstable
buddy.
father
I
in public, Juita
ran
refuses to
the
acknowledge
test
and
thing,
ignores his kind
and it looks like I
gestures.
can
This
run it at
prompts
low,
Yara to
so
escort him away from there.
considering that, I was like, I'm gonna try it. If I really can't run it, I think it's what, under 2 to 3 hours I can get a refund, so it's not that bad.
He's already aware of the Angel stunt. He expresses his disappointment that she lied to him all this time. However, Juita defends her decision to undergo surgery, asserting her right to pursue her own happiness and fulfillment. She reminds him of his previous remarks about her appearance, which broke her down completely. She also reflects on everyone's desire to improve.
Why's China going wild because of the game? Are they like really hype about it, or are they like, fuck this?
Her first concert and ends up delivering an outstanding performance. But the envious Eva is still desperate to ruin her career. During the intermission, she brings Juita's father on stage, shocking the entire crowd. Can we get this?
Yeah, but like, you know, if they fuck it up or if there's something wrong in it, I'm sure they would go on a rampage. But I guess by what you're telling me, they're hype.
Her courage and reveals her true identity. She confesses that her real name is not Angel, but Juita. She opens up about her struggles, how her appearance overshadowed her talent, and how she was always relegated to being a backup singer. Despite her efforts, she never received the recognition she deserved. Juita also talks about her father's condition and how they have been struggling after her mother's passing. She then expresses her longing for love and acceptance, her desire to perform for people, and the sacrifices she made for her dream. Plus, she says, it's not like Beyonce as Beyonce's.
Honestly, I just picked a random movie recap. It just sounded funny because it was like 500-pound girl bullied until she decides to an extreme way, and I was like, okay. The picture got me going, the title got me going. What's the movie? And it's this dumb shit. It wasn't even good.
Subscribe for more videos like this. Turn on notifications.
I was actually looking for another video I saw that was like basically a glory hole. It looked really fucking funny. It's like the glory hole picture. Can't find it. Wait. I want to read some of them. Y'all be doing too much with the thumbnail. Yep, I agree with that. Just a remake of a 2006 Korean. Oh Lord.
Hi, Mystery Recapped here. Today, I am going to explain a Korean fantasy film called The Miracle. Spoilers ahead. Watch out and take care. The story surrounds a pair of opposite twins, Soo-mi and Ri-na. Soo-mi is shy and likes to spend time locked up in her room. She is also overweight and has no
those pictures are
self-confidence.
fucked.
As a hobby, she sings on live streams under the name Sexy
Yeah, I was considering it there.
Fans and followers, but no one has ever seen her face. Every time she
Officer doesn't know the female corpse she clapped is still alive. Yeah, they go hard with them thumbnails.
Decline. In contrast, her sister Ri-na lives the dream of every young Korean girl. She is the visual of a popular girl group, Miracle Girls. She is signed to a label and has millions of fans worldwide. Known for her beauty and dance, Ri-na hardly knows how to sing. Still, she is the most popular member of the group. Her
really wish I
bandmates do
could
not
find
like her
the one.
because she is arrogant and rude. One day, their manager informs them that Ri-na has been called to film a commercial video with a popular male singer, Hae Seong. The other girls are disappointed.
I don't want to play all. Calm down. Calm down.
Hi, Mystery Recapped here. Today, I'm going to explain an episode from Black Mirror called Be Right Back. Spoilers ahead. Watch out and take care. The story opens as a young couple, Ash and Martha, stop at a gas station. Ash is in a rental van mindlessly scrolling through his phone while listening to the news on the radio. Among several other stories, the radio talks about a new breakthrough. Apparently, scientists have successfully tested synthetic flesh that can develop intelligence through software. This treatment is aimed at helping multiple amputees back on their feet. Meanwhile, Martha
I know
makes
the
her way
thumbnail,
towards the
so I'm
van
just
with a
looking
cup
for
of
that.
coffee in each of her hands. She knocks on the car's window, calling for Ash.
It definitely sounds like that. I agree with you. Some channels are even worse though, like others that I found. I feel like if that's an AI, at least this AI voice is not fucking making me want to shoot myself. You know that actor? Yo, this thumbnail's kind of sick. The dog with a sniper. I might come back to that. I might come back to that. I really want to find that shit. Holy. A few more scrolls and I'm gonna give up. There's way too many. There it is. Never give up. Yeah, I'm definitely on Discord. Did you join the Discord thing? No. Stick it in here.
It's the best thumbnail we've had in a hot minute.
Yo, for real. Yo. Oh, you're on Discord, not on a call. Well, I'm in the Discord with Noah, but I'm just definitely they're playing League, so when I saw you there, I figured I'd chat with you. But bro, look at this thumbnail. Like this is god awful, but this is so good. Oh yeah, they're sweating.
The best thumbnail we've had in a hot minute.
I'll go in the roach for you.
We are introduced to two close friends, Jerry and Mike.
I'll catch you all in a minute.
Jerry's relationship with his girlfriend Lisa. Both of them assume that she has been cheating on him. In an attempt to seek revenge,
Hello.
Mike suggests that Jerry should cheat on Lisa as well. However, Jerry is uncertain about how he can do so, since he doesn't
hear me?
have any other love interests. Mike claims to have a solution for this, and takes Jerry to a brothel, promising him that he has something special arranged for him. This is already such a stupid idea. Throughout their journey, Jerry is asked to cover his face with a plastic bag in order to create a proper surprise for him. When they finally arrive at the brothel, they are greeted by the owner, Madame Zora.
Wait, I have a solution for that.
An unconventional atmosphere, and the most peculiar thing is that the escorts.
No, muting on Discord so that way I still hear you, but you hear me only once.
An empty and dark lit room, and is locked in from the outside, leaving him confused. As he explores the room, he discovers a black box with the phrase "stick it in here" written on it. Initially finding it amusing,
The black
he
box
eventually
with "stick it in
unbuttons his
here."
pants and proceeds to follow the
Yo, bro,
instructions.
that
In the midst of
thumbnail
this,
is
Mike shown having
fucking
contact with
hilarious
three
to me.
other workers in an adjacent room. While enjoying himself, he suddenly hears Jerry's loud scream, causing him to panic. So,
Yeah.
without wasting any time, he ditches
Man's
the ladies
fucking
and rushes to his
excited.
friend, only to find him lying unconscious on the
Without a
bed.
penis.
So that
Unconscious
was
without a
the
penis.
Dune. Mike assumes that Jerry is finished up, so he buttons up his pants, places him in the car, and drives away. On their way back, Jerry regains consciousness and seems happier than ever. He also expresses...
Bro. That could be it, but the fact that like his friend tucked his dick in and zipped it up. Holy shit. Is this the movie about a limp dick? Is that what you're trying to tell me?
This is his desire to do it again. However, Mike advises him to take things slowly, explaining that the so-called special thing is a one-time event. He also mentions the fact that it was very expensive.
What's the price? Your future erections?
This time with a beautiful woman, Sin. Upon reaching home, Lisa asks Jerry where he had been, and he simply pretends that he was out drinking with Mike. In a surprising turn of events, Lisa reveals that she is pregnant, asserting that Jerry is not infertile, and that his sperm is capable of swimming. This revelation shocks Jerry, and he struggles to believe it. He questions whether the baby is truly his, but this only upsets Lisa further. The next day, Jerry goes to...
Yeah, that's like the one thing you don't want to do, right, in a relationship, though.
But Mike refuses to divulge the information and tries to keep him away for some unknown reason. Desperate to revisit...
We'll find out about the box. I'm still curious. I'm just kind of like...
After a short while, he stumbles...
These movies are sketch.
Owned by a woman named Mystic Wanda. Wasting no time, Jerry heads...
Those are the kind of questions we need to ask.
About Madame Zora. The woman pretends to be oblivious at first, but when Jerry...
Usually they're gonna be like foreign movies or Bollywood.
Shortly after, when Jerry arrives at the place, Madame Zora greets him at the door and informs him that they...
Because nowadays with like camera qualities, right? Like people can make shit movies with like decent looking pictures, right?
For one more time. Then he is escorted to the same eerie room containing the enigmatic...
Oh, you gotta stick it in there twice!
...to follow the same procedure as before. Dip and dong in the dark den, satisfying his desires while fully conscious this time. Once he is done, his curiosity rises as he wants to uncover...
Yo, my man wants to find out what's in the box!
He attempts to peer through the hole using his phone's flashlight and even tries to open it forcefully, but discovers that it is locked from outside. Moments later, Madame Zora enters the room to inform him that his session is over, but she finds Jerry forcefully attempting to access the box. She frantically tries to intervene. What if he finds out that it's Baby Yoda in there? Consumed by his desperation to reveal its contents, violently kicks her to the ground and stomps her to death. After this, he grabs the mysterious box.
Bro, he just killed the girl and he was like, yeah, I need this box.
6 days, hiding the box along with him. Meanwhile, at the brothel house, Detective Barnes is seen investigating the death case.
Yeah, I'm bringing this home, bitch. You can't stop me.
Of the brothel, but Ivan claims to know nothing, stating that he was absent during the crime as he went out to purchase groceries. The following day, Jerry is back at work, but his mind is disturbed by his recent sinful act. He simply cannot shake off the fact that he killed someone. After work, he goes back to the hotel and indulges in his desires. Once again,
my man brings a box to the hotel.
He inserts his hand into the hole of the mysterious box, only to discover a jelly-like sticky substance within. Gross. Intrigued.
Yeah, it's all the cum accumulation.
Which intensifies his pleasure, indicating that there is something magical in the substance. Jerry collects some more of the liquid in a small bottle before heading home. When he arrives,
why are you collecting it? You fucking weirdo.
And Jerry simply makes
holy shit.
Excuse. I was up to my balls in it, he says. Later that night, he finds himself alone in bed and attempts to use the sticky liquid to gain pleasure. However, at the same moment, Lisa enters the room unexpectedly and catches him in the act. Thinking quickly, Jerry comes up with an excuse, pretending that he was about to surprise her. Following this, the two engage in coitus, but Jerry is aggressive in the process, causing Lisa to feel uneasy. She did not agree to a menage a trois with ectoplasm. The next day, Jerry prepares to leave, pretending that he has a client to meet. Sensing his unusual behavior over the past few days, Lisa contacts Mike and inquires if Jerry is involved in a secret affair. Mike denies any information, but promises to inform her if he notices anything suspicious. Later on, while taking a shower, Lisa experiences...
yeah. Let me know if he's fucking a box.
Resulting in bleeding. This is probably due to the sticky substance that Jerry used last night. On the other hand, Detective Barnes is at the crime scene, where he discovers...
So she's bleeding because of the weird fucking lube?
Bookshelf. Ivan informs him that she
cum
uses
lube?
these books in order to cast curses on people. They then proceed to the eerie room and realize that the black mysterious box is missing. Back at the hotel, Jerry is seen attempting to indulge himself once again by inserting himself into the box. However, this time he is unable to do so. He instead experiences pain in his lower abdomen. Hastily removing himself from the box, he discovers bruises spreading below his belly button. This concerns Jerry, so he promptly visits a doctor.
No shit, you'd visit the doctor now.
Some medication and advises him to abstain from regular intercourse. At least take a break from the cock box there, Jerry. After this, Jerry cancels all his work
Take a
meetings for
break
the
from
day
the cock
and
box.
returns home to rest. Unfortunately, the infection infection starts spreading to his stomach region. To make matters worse, Lisa approaches him with the heartbreaking news of her miscarriage. However, Jerry pays little attention to her and simply suggests that
Apparently.
they try again. Despite
It's a
the
bruise and
painful
now it's an
uses of
infection.
medical advice, Jerry remains deeply addicted to using the sticky substance. The very next day, he returns to the hotel room.
He's addicted to masturbating now.
Just as he is about to put his dwarf star in the black hole, he realizes that the box is now devoid of the sticky substance. Now that he is unable to control his erotic drive, he desperately looks for ways to open the black box. As a result, Jerry visits a nearby hardware store and purchases a lock-cutting tool. He then returns to the hotel room and successfully unlocks the mysterious box. After this, he retrieves its enigmatic contents and
It's a head.
proceeds to gratify himself. Unfortunately, the consequences are dire as his bruises continue to spread across his body. Back at home,
He's just
Lisa
getting
discovers
more
Jerry's credit
infection.
card statement, revealing excessive withdrawals used to rent a hotel room. At the same time, she receives a call from Jerry's workplace, notifying her of his absence. These findings solidify her doubts that Jerry is cheating on her. Fueled by her suspicions, she drives to the same hotel in an attempt to catch him red-handed. Upon breaking into his room, she detects an unfamiliar scent and assumes it to be the presence of another woman, with whom Jerry is having an affair. Lisa then searches the entire room, hoping to find some clues. When she doesn't find anything, she enters the bathroom. There, she shockingly discovers a jelly-like moving flesh that Jerry has been using for his satisfaction. However, before she can question him about it, Jerry attacks her from behind and chokes her tightly. When she stops resisting, Jerry releases his grip, thinking that he has succeeded in killing her. But to his utter shock, she is still alive. In a state of panic, Jerry seizes a heavy lock cutter and brutally strikes her, finally
My man's so addicted to masturbating that he just killed his wife.
Stains from the room, wraps Lisa's lifeless body in a bedsheet and transports it to his car. He then drives back to his home and discreetly disposes of the body in his garage. The next day, he checks out of the hotel room, carrying the peculiar moving flesh with him. Then he returns home and transforms his bedroom to resemble the eerie atmosphere of Madame Zora's brothel house. Once his setup is complete, he begins engaging in physical activities with the flesh. He's starting his own cult called the Bone Masons. Elsewhere, Mike learns about Madame Zora's demise and decides to check on Jerry. When he reaches the latter's residence, he notices that the garage door is open. Curious, Mike enters the house and heads to Jerry's dimly lit bedroom. To his surprise, he discovers the moving flesh, leading him to suspect that Jerry is involved in something nefarious. Right then, Jerry arrives home and talks in a casual way, acting as if nothing has happened. But Mike comes to the point and tries to assure Jerry that he will remain his friend no matter what. He also promises to cover up for Jerry, even if he is involved in Madame Zora's case. However, panic sets in when Jerry realizes that he has also taken the life of Lisa. Fearing the consequences, Mike grabs his phone to contact the police, but Jerry covers his head with a plastic bag and suffocates him to death.
Yeah, I mean, the last thing you're gonna do is fucking, like, right after somebody tells you something like that, turn your back on them. Fucking let them stab you in the ass.
Addicted to it. Suddenly, the doorbell rings and Jerry answers it, only to find his neighbors who have come to celebrate his birthday. However, Jerry, in his deteriorating mental state, shouts at them to leave his property.
Begone! All I want for my birthday is to put my dick in the goop.
He then returns to his bedroom and discovers that the once moving flesh is now lifeless. Overwhelmed with despair, he breaks down in tears, uncertain of what to do next. Frantically, he rushes to Madame Zora's brothel and seeks assistance from Ivan.
Yeah, now he's all fucked up.
Shocked to see his state. Nonetheless, he instructs Jerry to wait in the same creepy room from earlier, while he takes the dead flesh with him. As Jerry waits, his body undergoes a grotesque transformation. His hair falls out, his teeth deteriorate, and his skin gradually morphs into jelly-like substance, rendering him repulsive in appearance. Meanwhile, Ivan crafts another black box with a hole, inscribing the same message on it, before placing it in the creepy room. By this time, Jerry has become a sentient mass of flesh.
Yep, Matt, you called it. You saw it coming at the end. You're like, wait a minute.
Black box. In the final scene, Detective Barnes arrives at the brothel and informs Ivan that Jerry is their prime suspect. However, Ivan deftly changes the subject and offers the detective the special experience, leading him to the creepy room containing the black box. Jerry's fucked now.
You know what? That was pretty good. That was pretty funny. I'll fuck with that. Oh, that was worth it. Oh yeah, let's go.
Hi, Mystery Recapped here. Today, I'm going to explain an American fantasy adventure comedy film called Gulliver's Travels. Spoilers ahead. Watch out, and take care. A middle-aged man named Lemuel Gulliver wakes up in his messy New York apartment and goes on.
Like,
with
if
his
that's not
morning
an
routine.
AI voice,
He
god
talks to
damn
his
that this
secret
guy has a
toys on the
fucking
shelf
like
and dances in the
monotone
shower,
fucking voice.
showing us his goofy side. Gulliver works in the mailroom of a New York newspaper company. That day, he meets a new employee named Dan and befriends him. Gulliver is Dan's boss in the mailing department. As the two deliver their
How
mail
old's
for the
that
day,
movie?
they come across Gulliver's longtime crush and a journalist named Darcy Silverman. He has been in love with her for years, but has never confessed. Later that day, Dan brings out a notice.
Yeah, Jack
that
Black
says he
got
has
like
been
a hit
promoted
of
to head
old
the mail
in the
department.
last
On
like
his first
10
day,
years, I find.
Gulliver has been working in the facility for 10 years, but no one there respects him. Dan claims that Gulliver is scared to talk and will never progress in life other than his mailroom job. A distressed
say?
Gulliver is walking out of the office and notices Darcy working late. He gathers up courage. and
Yeah,
goes to
okay,
her
that's
cabin
what
to ask
happened.
her out. However, his nerves get the best of him, so instead, he picks up a random paper from her desk and heads out. Darcy asks him if he wants to apply for a travel writing assignment. A nervous Gulliver agrees and has to submit a travel blog.
Oh no,
the following
you're
day.
fine. You're actually like
At
managing
home, he
so
copies
well.
and pastes several articles from the internet for the blog. The following day at work, he submits it to Darcy, who is impressed by his writing skills and provides him with a new task. She wants him to travel to the Bermuda Triangle and write an article about the legends of ships mysteriously disappearing there. To impress her, Gulliver agrees. Darcy
Damn.
arranges a contact and a boat for him. Gulliver flies to Bermuda the very next day, where he is picked up by
What I
a
like
man.
about these
He takes
recap
Gulliver
shit
to a rented
is that
boat
like I
and
feel like
shows him how to
I
use
get
it.
to know the story
journey
without
is pretty
passing an
slow
hour
as
in
the
a
boat is
fucking
automated.
movie theater or
Gulliver
watching an
finally
actual
sails for the
movie.
Bermuda Triangle alone in the boat. For the first few hours, he enjoys himself by reading How to Build a Robot magazines and drinking several cans of Coke. He soon falls asleep. Sometime later, he wakes up to a massive wave in front
Bro, like
of
who
him.
the fuck goes on a
A sea
boat
storm
and
hits,
falls to
he
sleep?
quickly puts a life jacket on. The boat shakes vigorously in the water. Gulliver turns around to see an enormous sea tornado coming his way. Gulliver, with his boat, is sucked
Yeah,
on
facts.
top of the tornado, then right into its eye. The screen goes black. When Gulliver opens his eyes, he cannot move his body. He looks down and is surprised when he sees some tiny men standing on top of his chest. Their leader introduces himself as the Commander Edward Edwardian of the Lilliput. The camera zooms out, showing us a crowd of tiny people standing around Gulliver. He is pinned to the ground with tiny ropes and wood. Commander Edward calls Gulliver a beast. A confused Gulliver yells in fear and breaks free from the ropes easily. Thinking that this is a dream, he tries closing his eyes. Edward orders his soldiers to bring the beast down. The soldiers attach their hooks to Gulliver's pants and make him fall unconscious. When he wakes up, Gulliver finds himself tied to a cart and being pulled into the kingdom of Lilliput. The tiny civilians come out of their houses to get a look at the beast. He is pulled into the royal palace and presented to the king of Lilliput, King Theodore. The king's daughter, Princess Mary, pities Gulliver and asks Edward if the restraints are necessary. Edward claims that Gulliver is a spy from their enemy kingdom, Blefuscia. Gulliver finally speaks and asks the king where he is. King Theodore's secretary, Jinx, tells him that he is in Lilliput, the greatest nation in the world. Gulliver thinks this is a prank and asks the non-existent cameraman
Like, to
show
be fair,
himself.
imagine
In the
if
following
like
scene, we see
everyone on
Gulliver
Earth would
imprisoned
become
inside a cave.
like
He meets a
small,
fellow
right?
prisoner
Like
named
tiny.
Horatio, who was sentenced to
We would
life
end
by
up
Edward
like
for trying
never
to
missing
court
out on
Princess
food.
Mary. The two
'Cause
are approached by Edward again, who
everything
listens to
else
them,
would be
referring to
huge.
him as lame ass. When an angry Edward threatens to imprison them for life, Gulliver claims lame ass means someone who is brave. Happy with the answer, Edward takes both the prisoners to a field to plow it with the help of Gulliver's strength. He restrains Gulliver with a machine. Just then, 2 rings of a bell are heard from the palace, indicating that Blefuscia has attacked. They are trying to kidnap Princess Mary and have started a fire at the palace. Edward quickly runs to the palace and orders everyone not to save the princess, as he wants to be the one to save her. But Horatio asks Gulliver to do it, because Edward can't reach her on time. Gulliver easily takes the Blefuscian soldiers down and saves the princess, but the king and his secretary are stuck in the fire. Gulliver, in a hurry, urinates on the building. Everyone claps for him when he stops the fire and saves King Theodore. The king removes
Yo, he just
Horatio
peed
from
on the
imprisonment
building. That's
and
kind
thanks
of
Gulliver
lit.
for his bravery. He also invites everyone for a feast at night to celebrate the occasion. Edward is furious to see someone else being praised for their bravery. At the feast, the king asks Gulliver where he is from, and he answers he is from Manhattan. People assume that Gulliver was the president of Manhattan, as he is the bravest one there. Gulliver feels like a hero for the first time in his life, so he fabricates the story, claiming he was known as President the Awesome. Everyone
President the Awesome
for Edward. The following day, the people of Lilliput build a massive home for Gulliver, with all the facilities he couldn't get when he was in New York. Gulliver also makes them build a theater to fit everyone in the kingdom. Then, he shows them a drama of the sinking Titanic, claiming it to be the story of his life. Everyone is amazed by the tragic life that he has had. Edward inquires how he was saved after drowning, and Gulliver claims that he was resuscitated. Later, Horatio asks Gulliver to help him impress Princess Mary, and Gulliver agrees. The two go to the palace, and Horatio approaches the princess. A hidden Gulliver recites the lyrics of the song Kiss, making Horatio repeat it. By the end of it, the princess starts to fall for Horatio, but she is called by Edward, who has come to court her. The two have been destined to get married, as Edward is the bravest of the kingdom. Princess Mary isn't fond of Edward, but she cannot.
This was such a kid's movie.
Somewhere else, the search party finds the washed-up boat with cans of Coke. Gulliver comes to the scene and finds his phone is still working. He has 12 voice messages from Darcy. Turns out she is furious.
It's from a kid's book?
Gulliver's plagiarized article. She has to now sail on the same trail Gulliver came through to do the Bermuda Triangle research herself. Gulliver now doesn't want to go back to New York and face her, so he decides to stay in Lilliput permanently. Edward is not happy about the decision and tells the king he is suspicious of Gulliver. The king dismisses him, claiming that he trusts Gulliver. Because of his stay, the king gives Gulliver the title of the new general and demotes Edward to vice-general. A jealous Edward turns Lilliput's defense system off, making it easier for their enemies Blefuscia to attack. Blefuscian soldiers and their king see this and plan to attack Lilliput immediately. They approach the kingdom through waters and launch cannonballs towards Lilliput. Being the general, now it is Gulliver's responsibility to stop them. He nervously steps into the water and starts to splash it around. The cannonballs do not work on Gulliver, who is massive compared to them. Eventually, he defeats the Blefuscians and becomes the savior of Lilliput. The people from Lilliput fulfill all of Gulliver's wishes. They even build a model of Times Square so he would feel at home. They change their clothing to match that of Gulliver's. Soldiers are appointed to cut his hair and give him massages.
Yeah, it would have been like, getting shot by like a pellet.
That it is his right to come in any time because he courts the princess. The princess finally reveals that she doesn't love him and doesn't want him to court her anymore. An angered Edward leaves for Blefuscia to ask for help from their king. Edward's men have found the Build Your Robot book Gulliver had on the boat. The Blefuscian king agrees to help him build a robot using the book to battle Gulliver. Some days later, Gulliver is at the model Times Square.
Build a robot.
Ring, suggesting an invasion. Gulliver gets ready to battle tiny people, but is surprised when a huge robot being operated by Edward stands in front of him. Edward challenges him for a duel. Gulliver has no way out but to accept. He tries to push the robot, but it is way stronger than him. It picks Gulliver up with his pants and makes him accept defeat. Gulliver also confesses that everything he said about him being the president is a lie. The king and the princess are surprised to have been betrayed by him. Edward sends Gulliver to a forbidden place called the Island Where We Dare Not Go as a punishment. When Gulliver is left there, he is picked up by a giant little girl. Turns out the island is the home of giants. The girl thinks Gulliver is a toy and keeps him in her Barbie house, dressing him in girly pink clothes.
So what'd you say?
Meanwhile, back in Lilliput, Darcy's body washes up on the shore. Gulliver has told everyone that Darcy is his princess back home, so Edward recognizes her and imprisons her. She meets King Theodore and
motherfucker, I said, what'd you say?
Have been captured after Gulliver's defeat. Horatio sees this and decides to travel to the island where we dare not go to get Gulliver back. He is minuscule on the island and manages to reach Gulliver safely. The little girl's dollhouse also has a skeleton of a dead U.S. Air Force pilot. Gulliver uses the parachute to escape and fly back to Lilliput. He first goes to meet Darcy and confesses that he
used a parachute to fly to the other island
and seems to be opening up to him. Gulliver has decided
it looked like he was gonna land right in the water.
He doesn't want to prove his bravery anymore, but genuinely wants to help Lilliput. The following day, the two
This movie got some holes in the plot.
Gulliver wants Edward to give the kingdom back to King Theodore if he wins, but if he loses, Edward will destroy the kingdom altogether. The two fight, and Edward overpowers him within seconds. Horatio runs to help him and manages to get inside the robot. He defeats Edward from inside, eventually depowering the robot. After that, Gulliver easily manages to defeat it, and the crowd erupts in cheers. Even Darcy celebrates the win. Because of Horatio's bravery, he is provided permission to court Princess Mary. The two finally kiss. But just then, Edward, who has reached the point of insanity, takes the princess hostage, but the princess, finally having enough of Edward, beats the traitor up in frustration. Darcy then kisses Gulliver for the first time. The Blefuscian king and Theodore are about to initiate the war again, but Gulliver stops them. He successfully helps to make peace between the rival island nations by reciting Edwin Starr's War, and finally he, along with Darcy, return to New York City on their repaired ship. Cut to a few weeks later, Gulliver has left the mailroom job and is a travel writer now. He and Darcy are in a happy relationship. Gulliver has
Happy
just completed a
fucking
travel scene,
handing.
and the movie ends.
I'm gonna find another stupid one. Let's go. You called it?
Hi, Mystery Recapped here.
Oh, so it is
Today,
it is
I'm going
somebody.
to explain a German satirical comedy film.
Look, it is
called
somebody
Who
though.
Goes Back?
It's not an AI.
Spoilers ahead. Achten Sie und achten Sie darauf. The beginning of the movie is set somewhere during the Second World War in Berlin. The Führer, Hitler, is with a
Well, now I don't know what to
coach
believe. What
named
is real?
Keppel.
What isn't?
Hitler expresses his disagreement with the gesture of people's greeting to Keppel. He complains that though the Nazi salute is out-fashioned, people need to at least raise their hands up to the wrist and show respect. Then, he narrates that he has done everything humanly possible to
I don't
destroy
know.
the foundations of the enemy who desecrated their soil. He finds Germans' existence incomprehensible and finds it alarming that he is here, too. In the following scene, he wakes up on the ground, somewhere in a forest. Looking up to the sky, he sees that the enemy aircrafts are missing and guesses that they might have taken some rest. Suddenly, a ball comes bouncing towards him and stops just at his side. He raises himself and heads towards a building, past the bush. He is then approached by 3 young kids, who question him if he is okay. Hitler looks at them and thinks that they are the future of the nation. He then asks them the way to the street. In that instant, a reporter, Fabian Sawatsky, is filming the kid.
Oh, you're fine. Yeah, go right ahead. Yeah, go.
heads with his camera. Hitler is seen on the far side of the screen. He picks up his army cap and says to himself that he should go to the Führer bunker. Hitler gets to the street and is amazed by people riding monowheel bikes. He finds people capturing him on their cameras and expresses that though the rubble went, people have gone mad. Then he feels a modern car by his hand and questions himself if he fell into a coma and missed the victory. He
Monowheel is the
he
one that
not
which is
aware of
one
the
wheel,
situation
correct?
entirely, and alerts himself to collect more information. Then he asks a man about the location of Chancellery, but the person instead asks him for a picture. He gets disturbed by the camera's flashes as people come near him and take photos in turns. Confused by the unusual events around him, he concludes that something went out of hand in this place. As Hitler walks away, he finds a woman speaking in German on the phone. He comes closer and asks her about the current date, but the woman is terrified and sprays his eyes. Hitler cries in pain as his eyes get red.
Get pepper sprays, bro.
He stumbles and walks to a newspaper shop nearby. He gets shocked to see the date October 3rd, 2014 written on the paper and falls to the ground at once. Somewhere else, the boss of a TV station, Karner, praises Mr. Christoph Sensenbrink for his excellent job as the deputy's head. He proposes a higher solution, but instead announces another worker named Miss Katja Bellini as the managing director. Due to this, Christoph is shocked and dissatisfied.
Yo, bro, I was trying some VR earlier. I was playing some Pistol Whip.
Fabian. Despite Fabian's
Holy
best
shit,
attempts
did I
to
end up
convince him
sweating.
he gets fired and thrown out by the guards. Sometime later, Hitler wakes up at the news shop and asks the owner about the date. He confirms that it is in fact 2014. A confused Hitler questions if the shopkeeper has kidnapped him and suspects that this is all a trick play of the enemy's secret service. He threatens to kill the shopkeeper if he is working for the enemy, but the shopkeeper gives him a bar of chocolate instead. Hitler opens it after quite a struggle and sniffs it. He declares it to be industrially pressed grain and questions the shopkeeper if there is still a shortage of bread. The shopkeeper asks Hitler if they are filming a documentary somewhere nearby, mistaking him for an actor. The shopkeeper then says that he looks exactly like the Führer, to which Hitler replies that he is the Führer. After that, Hitler sees the Turkish newspaper and asks if the shopkeeper has Stürmer or Panzerbar. The shopkeeper says that he has more Turkish customers. Hitler is astonished at the presence of Turkish people in Berlin. He then starts collecting information from the newspaper. While reading it, he assumes that he didn't win the war in the past, and Germany was given to the hands of clumsy women having the charisma of a wet noodle. He further laments the existence of Poland and concludes the war.
Oh my lord.
Fabian looks upon his video reporting about soccer and sobs, sad at the fact that he was fired. Don't worry, Fabian. In a couple years, you can get a job on YouTube. His mother calms him and asks him to pause the video, noticing Hitler behind. Fabian is amused at the discovery of a person who looks so similar to Hitler. Back in the shop, the shopkeeper asks Hitler to keep the newspaper aside and stand outside. Hitler grudges at being asked to work. The shopkeeper suggests Hitler clean his clothes, for they stink. He then goes to a laundry place and asks them to clean his uniform. Hitler asks if they have another uniform, since he cannot walk away naked. Hitler doesn't understand that he's in modern-day Germany now, and nudity is no big deal. Next, we see Hitler walking to the news cellar with jeans and a sweater on. Hitler's looking bussin'. Fabian, on the other hand, has somehow managed to find him and is waiting for him in the shop. After getting a look at Hitler, he is amazed at his appearance.
Looking bussin', you know?
Him as he marches through modern Germany. Hitler agrees with the idea. Fabian takes up some cash and a car from his mother and begins his journey with Hitler.
You know what's fucked up though? This man ruined a whole fucking style of mustache for everyone.
About politics in Fabian's presentation. He goes to places asking people regarding.
Not that it was a great style of mustache, but still.
After the interviews, he finds that there was minimal impact of democracy upon people during his absence. He inspects discontent and suppressed anger in people, which reminds him of the 1930s, when people had similar views but lacked the term political disenchantment. People tell Hitler about the problem of immigrants in the country.
They got balls.
Hitler pushes idea that mixing the races doesn't work. Later, Fabian asks Hitler the source of his unique mustache. Hitler replies that he cut his mustache to a shape that fits a gas mask. A while later, the two end up on a farm, where Hitler gets bit by a dog. He is enraged and shoots at the animal. Fabian scolds him and seizes the gun. As the tour goes on, Fabian eventually runs out of cash, but he thinks of a plan and convinces the passers-by to have their sketches drawn by Hitler. Hitler finally gets to exhibit his creative side and draws sarcastic
yeah,
pictures
because you were
which
supposed to go to
people
art
and
school.
pay for. They continue their trip after collecting enough money. Back in town, Fabian shows a clip of Hitler to Christoph. The video has a lot of views, as Fabian has uploaded it to the internet. Christoph is impressed by the large number of views on the video.
This
He
is
asks
definitely
Fabian for
like,
Hitler's name
Europe
and contact
Bollywood
him.
movie.
After meeting him, Christoph suspects Hitler to be a lunatic and asks Fabian to take him away from his office. Before leaving, Hitler enters the director's office and asks her to save Germany together with him. Interested by the idea, Bellini asks him about the plan. She quickly asks her assistant to prepare a proper TV format for broadcasting the Führer on listening to Hitler's idea. Fabian then threatens Christoph to give him his job back, or else he will take Hitler away. On hearing this, Christoph makes him a kitchen boy, promising to promote him when a new editorial post opens up. Kitchen boy is better than an internship, I guess. Sometime
Kitchen
later,
boy?
Hitler
What
is
kind of
given a
fucking
table
job
at
is
the
that?
TV studio. Christoph calls Kromeyer to help Hitler with computer use. Hitler recalls the computers of his days and labels the invention to be one of the greatest. Kromeyer tries to sign up Hitler to email, but informs him that his name is already taken. Hitler grunts for others stealing his name and tells her to use New Reich's chancellery as he liked it. Christoph plans to put Hitler on a live comedy show called Whoa, Dude! He is still salty because Bellini got a promotion instead of him and intends to create trouble for her. He intends to bring racism to the debate through sarcastic jokes on Jews and throw out Hitler. The show starts, and Witzigmann, the host, calls for Hitler on the stage. The audience gossips about Hitler's appearance, but when Hitler gazes at the audience, the hall goes completely silent. Hitler soon breaks the silence, but does not read out the lines as scripted. He explains that he is to tell a joke about immigrants, but he is not going to do so. He says that a TV is a great invention of the human, but the shows broadcasted are nonsense. Clearly, Hitler hadn't seen Game of Thrones yet. He sheds lights on problems like poverty and unemployment, and forecasts that the people of the country are heading towards the abyss without noticing it. Hitler vows to fight against the TV, not only up to the broadcast of the abyss, but also until he succeeds in overcoming them. Everyone
That must have been a
likes the
fucked
idea
up role,
and
though,
calls
to
for it.
play.
Seeing Hitler's popularity, the host, Witzigmann, gets envious. Bellini asks Christoph to broadcast Hitler in every show. Christoph is distressed because of the
I'm just saying, like, it's such a fucked up role. Imagine, like,
we see Hitler give
you know, 'cause
interviews
they
on
have-
numerous TV shows and share that his motive is to make Germany great again.
I wonder if there's, like, people that are like, yeah,
This movie was ahead of
you
its
look
time.
like him.
His popularity grows immensely, and he meets several people and party leaders. He starts
Is the guy that
traveling
played,
by sharing his ideas.
that also
One day,
played,
Hitler and Fabian visit NPD
Huh.
headquarters in Berlin.
The more you
He
know.
calls for Ulf Birn, the federal chairman of NPD, and asks him what his cause has achieved so far. Hitler belittles him and says that they have wasted enough time, and the movement is taken aback by decades due to their words. Christoph gets excited and happy when the cops and district attorney, DA, appear at the TV studio. They explain that they are here for a complaint of charging violation of hate laws. Bellini asks what they are to do then. Quickly, Christoph pops that they might need to cancel the Führer show. The DA says that they can keep the broadcasting on. Bellini takes a sigh of relief, while Christoph fakes his smile. After the DA leaves, Kromeyer hands over a letter to Christoph stating the payment of the dog, which Hitler had shot earlier in his trip. Christoph receives the letter happily, believing it might be a way to cause trouble. Next, Hitler is put on a
My
TV
man's just
show where he is
mischievous.
asked direct questions about his different roles in the
Yeah,
war.
earlier the dog
Hitler
bit him,
responds
so
that
he
wants
shot
to
him.
reach out to people, but the interviewer tells him that all his deeds
You know
can't
what?
be
No,
justified.
my
He
question
shows
is,
him the clip
where
of
did he
him
carry
shooting
it
the dog. The video
after
shows
getting the
evidence.
laundry done?
Hitler is angered and threatens him that he would do the same to him. He further says that he will turn their studio into a parking lot for tanks. Christoph gets
Yeah,
angry,
yeah.
seeing people's negative
Just
responses.
straight up,
After
up
the
close,
disastrous
bang!
interview, Bellini is fired, and Christoph is appointed as the new manager. After that, Hitler goes to Fabian's house and starts living with him. He expresses amusement at the path taken by destiny and starts to write his second book. The book soon hits the market. 3 months later,
Isn't that an actual book?
everyone sits in a meeting where the massive loss that the company has gone through is discussed. Christoph believes that Witzigmann's show will put them back on track, but one employee informs him that he has quit
No, I mean
his
the
job.
cover that they were
Christoph
showing.
gets tense and mad at the selected employees for losing the show. One of the staff suggests getting Hitler back, which interests Christoph. He looks for Hitler again and offers Fabian that he will invest $1 million in the film that Fabian and Hitler are shooting, if, in return, they let them broadcast the movie on their TV station. Hitler and Fabian come to Kromeyer's house, where Kromeyer's grandmother identifies Hitler. She claims that Hitler gassed all the people up and killed them. She calls him a criminal and shouts at him to get out. In the car, Hitler shares that he is surprised at Kromeyer being a Jew. He starts to belittle Jews, calling them less of humans.
Is that your stash right now, bro? Damn.
And his words. Back in the set, Fabian gets Hitler to replay how he got.
Why'd you unlabel it?
He asks Hitler what happened before the ball came rolling to him in the woods, but Hitler cannot remember it. Later at night, he walks off the set and is surrounded by some thugs. They call him the reason.
Like you took off the thing and wrote it with like.
Blow on his face. As Hitler opens his eyes, he
Like,
finds himself in a hospital in front
Like there's
of Bellini.
usually a
At the
label
same
on it
time,
and you wrote
Fabian
on it
looks
in
at
white.
footage of the video he captured about the boys and soccer. He watches it closely and finds Hitler rose from
I'm
where he was
confused.
lying. Fabian gets amazed at what happened before it. He quickly goes to the place and finds a board at the location, stating the historical location of the Fuhrer bunker. Fabian rushes to the hospital, but does not find Hitler. Bellini says that he is headed to the shooting set. Fabian reveals that he is the real Adolf Hitler, but Bellini does not believe him. Fabian acts mad and tries to explain his theory hysterically. The guards try to catch him, but he flees. Fabian then reaches the set and aims a gun at Hitler.
Good
When
way to
asked
keep
about
up.
his identity, Hitler explains that he never claimed to be anyone else. Fabian says that Hitler is fooling people with his propaganda, to which Hitler replies that people elected a leader who shared his whole idea openly in 1933.
I love how
Fabian
like
takes Hitler to the top
he
of
was
the
pointing the
building
gun at the mirror and not at him at that
and
point.
declares him to be a monster. Hitler in turn claps back, saying that ordinary people elected an extraordinary man and entrusted the fate of the country to him. He explains that people chose him because they bear the same values in their inner hearts. An enraged Fabian shoots Hitler, making him fall off the building onto the
He
street.
shot him in the cheek,
Soon,
bro.
Fabian hears Hitler's voice, who says that no German can get rid of him. And Hitler, who is just thrown down, appears right behind it again. Just then, Bellina calls for a cut in the studio, and everyone cheers for the shoot. Turns out that it was just a film shoot, and a random actor was playing the role of Fabian. Hitler then asks everyone to remember the comrades.
A
who could
film
not be with
within
them.
a film.
Somewhere else, Kromeyer is sobbing, seeing Fabian through a hole in the mental ward. Hitler and Bellina are busy giving autographs and interviews to people after the film booms. As they pass by a car, the people on the street seem fond of Hitler. and
Why
greet
was
him
there-
with respect?
Why was there
Subscribe for more
like
videos
some
like this.
eyes
Turn on
blocked? That was weird. I wanted to see this. This is something that comes from an anime,
Hi.
maybe. But this comes from an anime, and the anime is badass. Like it's a really good anime. Oh,
Mystery Recapped here. Today, I'm going to explain a Japanese science fiction film called Terraformars. Spoilers ahead.
science fiction film, motherfucker! It was an anime first.
Far in the future, overpopulation is about to destroy the planet Earth.
I'm really convinced
To
it's an
create a
actual
backup
dude
plan,
now.
In case
Yeah,
our
are you telling me
ecosystem
you're
fails,
convinced it's an
humans
AI?
decide to change the atmosphere of Mars and make it suitable for human existence. The process is called terraforming. They start by growing a simpler form of life, like moss, on its surface. The moss would help to increase the temperature of the planet and make it similar to the Earth's temperature. To spread moss over its surface,
I was trying to
genetically
believe you.
engineered cockroaches are sent. I hope you're taking notes, Elon Musk. It is now the year 2597. Somewhere in Tokyo, two criminals named Komachi and Nanao are being chased by the police. They run frantically through the crowd, but are caught. As the police surround them, a futuristic vehicle levitates in the sky and lands nearby. Inside the vehicle is Dr. Honda and his assistant. They're there to fetch the two criminals and use them for their own benefit. The doctor offers them to be part of the Mars colonization mission. Komachi and
Dr.
Nanao
Honda? Is
will
that what
have
you
to go to
said?
its surface and eradicate all the cockroach colonies.
It is
since
his
they're
name. Oh my god, I'm an
Dr.
idiot.
Honda promises to pardon their crimes if they agree to participate. The duo accepts the offer. Cut to 2 years later. Nanao and Komachi are now trained and are flying to Mars with other criminals like them in a spaceship called Bugs 2. Nanao is always skeptical of their competence because the team is made up of thugs and criminals. As she is talking to Komachi about the matter, the ship's captain, Keisuke Dojima, informs them that the ship is
Because
about to
there's a
land
Bugs
on Mars's
1?
surface.
Oh, that's part of
He
the
orders
anime.
everyone
You're
to
gonna find
prepare
out.
for landing. After they finally touch down on the planet, they see that Mars is no longer red like it used to be. Rather, it looks more like Earth, spread with green moss. Lieutenant Mina launches a device that secretes chemicals into the air to kill the cockroaches. The captain then orders them to spread around in a group of 2 and see if the eradication process is working. They plan to meet in 3 hours and choose their team members. A team member named Asuka is paired
Wukong
up
is
with
done in
Yakuza,
10 minutes,
but
so
she
after
strangely
this,
insists
it's
on
probably
being
gonna be
the
done.
group's computer specialist, Ichiro. The captain accepts the request, not wanting a conflict to arise. The team's drones then locate another ship sent 10 years ago, called the Bugs 1, nearby. Dojima contacts the doctor and tells him they are ready for the first contact. The doctor starts to jump excitedly, anticipating the
what does
results
it
of the
matter?
mission. The groups then step on the surface and start searching for dead cockroaches. The 2 members named Jen and Maria are confused to see no cockroaches on the moss. As they continue looking, suddenly, the 2 come across 3 strange creatures standing right in front of them. They quickly
Should be
hide
fine.
behind a rock in fear. They had not
If
been
it's
told
you,
about
I'm
such
okay.
large creatures who look like human-sized anthropomorphic cockroaches and have clubs as weapons.
Yeah, the
Meanwhile,
cockroach.
Komachi and Nanao, who are also looking for dead cockroaches, come across the same creature. Komachi is fascinated and tries waving at it, but within seconds, the creature attacks Nanao and snaps her neck. It then runs away in a flash, leaving Nanao's limp body on the ground.
No,
Nanao dies
not
in
exactly.
Komachi's arms, and he watches her in distress. Just then, Jen's team arrives and tells Komachi about their encounter. The creatures have also killed Asuka. They rush back to the ship and tell the captain about the creature, only to find out that the captain knew about them from the very beginning. He was ordered not to tell the team members about the creature by the doctor. The captain explains that the cockroaches that were sent 500 years ago evolved at a rapid speed because of the abundance of radiation and now have turned into creatures stronger than humans. Now, the doctor appears as a hologram in front of the team and assures them that they have nothing to fear. The doctor had been preparing for this very moment for a long time. He has prepared distinguished injections for every member that will grant them the superpowers of several insects. The drug will enhance their DNA by combining it with that of the insect. Using those unique powers, they can battle the evolved cockroaches. However, the members do not want to fight the cockroaches. Rather, they want to abort the mission and fly back to the Earth immediately. But soon, their ship is surrounded by the creatures. One brave team member, named God Lee, volunteers to divert the cockroaches until the others restart the craft. He
What's with the
heads
outfit,
outside
bro?
and injects
Why did he
himself
get a
with the
special
chemical
outfit?
that the doctor had provided. As soon as he does that, a rapid mutation starts inside his body, turning him into a hybrid between human and ground beetles. Now Lee is able to shoot out flames from his body.
Why
as
is he able-
beetles do.
What?
With his new powers,
When
Lee
did
battles
beetles
the
start
cockroaches
shooting out
who seem
flames?
to be as powerful as him. He uses his unique power and shoots fire from his hand. The force from the flames pushes the creatures back and burns them, but when it subsides, it is seen that only the exoskeleton of the creature is burnt. A cockroach then runs towards him and kills him in a flash. Meanwhile, another cockroach latches itself to the spaceship and breaks its windows. It enters the craft and immediately kills 2 of the members. The captain quickly injects himself with the drug and starts to evolve. His DNA is mixed with the DNA of bullet ants, who have the ability to carry things that are 100 times their weight. The captain then easily smashes the cockroach to the floor and kills it. The team celebrates, but their happiness is cut short when they notice a crowd of cockroaches heading towards the ship on the radar. Knowing that they cannot battle them all, everyone decides to take off and go back to Earth. However, when the lieutenant tries to start the ship, the engines malfunction and the system shuts down.
Of course the doctor's
It
not
seems as
gonna
though
let you
someone has
leave.
deliberately sabotaged the ship to stop it from taking off. The captain quickly thinks of a plan. He wants the team to go to the Bugs 1 and bring all the necessary parts they will need to fix Bugs 2, while he fights the cockroaches. Everyone agrees, but Ichiro asks to stay behind with the captain and help him before making his way to the other ship. Komachi goes to see Nanao's corpse for the first time. He notices weird strings coming out of her mouth, but doesn't think much of it. Now, the team gets
Of
inside
course.
the Mars rover.
That's
which will
normal.
have to travel through a horde of cockroaches. A member named Tezuka offers to help them avoid the creatures and injects himself with the drug. He evolves into a Mackley bug who can shoot out projectiles of gases in the form of flame at a very high speed. He uses his power to propel the Mars rover forward through the crowd of cockroaches. Meanwhile, the captain fights the cockroaches inside the ship with all of his might, but more and more of them keep entering. He quickly makes his way to the control room and vacuums out the oxygen inside the ship, so all the cockroaches inside would die due to suffocation. His plan works, and soon the cockroaches start to fall unconscious. But the lack of oxygen harms the captain as well, making both him and Ichiro fall to the ground. At the same time, the team inside the rover sees something massive approaching them. When they get a clear look, they are surprised to see a massive wave of millions of cockroaches coming their way. Tezuka still doesn't back down and uses all his power to propel
The
the ship
one that
forward.
just jumps
They fight the
over,
creatures
like,
and soon
yeah!
land safely on the other side of the cockroach wave. The group then happily moves forward, but not long after, another wave approaches them. This one is even larger than the first wave, containing millions of creatures. Tezuka cannot handle them together, so two of the team members named Maria and Osaku transform themselves into their hybrid versions as well. The three try their best to fight off all the creatures, but the rover flips and aggressively lands on the ground. The three are thrown to the ground, while the ones inside the rover are knocked out. The rover turns out to be on autopilot mode and takes the members to the destination ship. Tezuka, Maria, and Osaku try fighting the horde of creatures, but are eventually killed. When the group inside the rover gains their consciousness
super
back,
slap
they are
there, bro.
already at Bugs 1. They make their way inside while two members guard the entrance. Mina tries to run a diagnostic of the ship, and they soon realize that the ship is transmitting data to someone on Earth. Just then, the group hears gunshots and rushes outside. Both of the guards have been killed. The cockroaches have found the weapons in the Bugs 1 and are using them to fight. Komachi injects himself with the drug and mutates into a massive hornet. With his newfound powers, he can punch holes through the cockroaches' bodies and kill them in one go. Gen does the same and turns into a desert locust that can jump up to 90 stories high, while Mina transforms into a praying mantis that can slash the cockroaches into pieces. The team battles the cockroaches and kills them in no time. The scene changes to the doctor calling someone. The phone is picked up by one of the cockroaches on Mars. Unlike the other cockroaches, it can speak Japanese and communicate with the doctor. He warns the insect not to get close to Komachi once he transforms because his insect is extremely dangerous. After ending the call, the cockroach goes inside the ship Bugs 2 and recirculates its oxygen. Then, the creature's body tears down the middle, and out emerges a transformed Asuka from inside. The team had thought she was dead, but it turns out that she was on the doctor's side the whole time. Her unique power after being injected is that she has the ability to control the cockroaches' minds, just like an emerald cockroach wasp. So, she manipulated the insects to go against each other and survived. She then kills the captain and pours water into Ichiro's body. Ichiro, too, has been in on the plan since the beginning. His body has transformed into the Asian coronavirus, Coronavirus, a creature who can survive in extreme conditions and only needs water to reactivate. The doctor has assigned them on a mission to bring a cockroach egg back on Earth so the Japanese government can breed them and use them to strengthen their military. This was their prime mission, and the cockroach eliminating mission was just a decoy. Ichiro and Asuka then take off the ship with the egg in it. However, the egg starts to hatch midway and gives birth to two evolved cockroaches. Asuka tries to use her power to control them, but it doesn't work. The creatures are far more evolved from the others, making them the most powerful ones of them all. They kill Asuka and call their own kind for help. The cockroaches on the surface hear the call and flap their wings to fly to the ship. When a swarm of cockroaches latches onto the ship, it starts to malfunction and crash beside Bugs 1. The evolved cockroaches come out of the ship and order the others to attack Komachi and the group. Komachi injects himself with the other dose of the drug, speeding his evolution. They do not have much difficulty fighting the normal cockroaches, but the evolved ones are hard to defeat. One of them kills Mina after ripping her arm off. Jin injects himself with the second dose of the drug, while Komachi is on his third dose. With their heightened powers, they kill more cockroaches rapidly. However, the creatures are nowhere near backing down. Jin injects himself with a gun and develops a pair of wings. Now, the cockroaches fly in the sky and battle him. They attack the two in waves and do not die down because of their number. Eventually, Jin realizes that to defeat them, they should defeat the evolved leaders. He injects himself multiple times with the drug, speeding his transformation and making it irreversible with every dose. After that, he kicks one of the leaders and knocks his head off with immense power. But now he has used all his powers and cannot fight anymore. Komachi tries defending Jin from the other leader, but is defeated easily. Before the leader can kill them, a magical glowing creature comes flying towards them. It spreads glowing dust all around as everyone looks at it in awe. The flying creature is Nanao, who has evolved into her final form. Komachi flies towards Nanao, but before he can get her, one of the cockroaches fires at him. However, the dust Nanao has spread turns out to be tiny explosives that cause a chain of explosions, taking all the cockroaches with them.
Oh, that's
Jin
like an
flies away
OP
before
power.
the explosion can get him and saves Komachi just in time. However, Nanao dies in the explosion. Sometime later, Komachi wakes up and sees Jin has completely turned into an insect. Jin asks Komachi to go to Earth without him, as this is his new life now. Komachi obliges and makes his way to the ship. Before he can reach inside, he sees that the leader is still alive. He punches the weak cockroach, but spares his life out of kindness. Inside the ship,
yes!
he finds Ichiro
Spare it!
still alive.
Yes, that's
Ichiro
the right
saves
thing to
Komachi's
do.
life by shooting the cockroach behind him. The two then finally launch the escape pod and fly away to Earth as the cockroaches watch them. Back on Earth, the Doctor notices that Ichiro has hacked into their system and is broadcasting the whole encounter worldwide. The Doctor's assistant starts to panic now that the Japanese government's secret is being revealed to the world. However, the Doctor seems calm and says that he will sell all the Bugs' data to other governments of the world that are willing to buy them. The assistant points her gun at the Doctor, as she turns out to be a spy for the Japanese government. But the Doctor is already ready for the attack, dodging the bullet with a protective barrier. He then kills the assistant with a poison that was inserted in the lab in the case of an emergency. Back in the spaceship, Ichiro vows to expose everyone involved on the mission. When asked what he wants to do when he gets back to Earth, Komachi replies that he will make tombs in the memory of everyone who died, and then come back to Mars again.
Wukong is finished. Do I go and try that out? Or do you vibe with the movies with me for a bit? If you're vibing, I'll just keep watching some with you. Alright, let's keep watching. The game's not going anywhere. I've already actually seen that movie for real. You know what? This sounds better. This sounds better.
Hi, Mystery Recapped here. Today, I am going to explain a Japanese action horror film called Tag. Spoilers ahead. Watch
The Wall.
out and take care.
It's called
Two
Tag.
buses of schoolgirls are driving down a highway through the woods.
What's The
Everyone
Wall?
engages in cheerful conversations while a loner named Mitsuko writes a poem. Her friends ask her to let go of the notebook for once and enjoy the world outside of it. Mitsuko bends down to pick up her pen when a gust of wind attacks the school buses and slices through them, bisecting everyone else on board.
Bisecting.
When Mitsuko looks up, the bus has no roof, and her friends are missing the upper halves of their bodies. Moments later, a second gust of wind attacks, but Mitsuko ducks just in time to avoid being killed like her friends. When the bus stops, she gets off and runs down the highway through the upper halves of the people who died. A group of 4 girls is walking in front of her. She pushes one of them to the ground, saving her life, as the other girls suffer the same fate. But only a moment later, the girl dies trying to save a bunch of cyclers. Being left alone again, Mitsuko runs as far as she can.
Yeah, I don't know what's going
Several
on.
dead bodies of schoolgirls have been washed up on the bank. She cleans her face and changes into a clean uniform before wandering around the highway again.
Whose
After
uniform did
hours
you
and
steal?
hours of walking aimlessly, she reaches an all-girls school. Strangely enough, the uniform she changed into matches the uniform of the school. The girls seem to recognize her. Mitsuko doesn't ask them anything or tell them about the mass killing that happened earlier. She is too stunned to react. Suddenly, her girlfriend Aki approaches her. They have not seen each other for some time, but Aki claims that they have always been going to the same school. When a gust of wind hits them, Mitsuko panics and falls to the ground, but the wind does no harm this time. Aki picks her up and walks her to school. Mitsuko is beyond confused, but she rationalizes the events of the morning as a lucid dream. She believes Aki when she says that they have always gone to this particular school. When alone in a classroom, Mitsuko tells Aki about the wind that killed all of her school friends and starts to hyperventilate. To help her, Aki brings her to the window, showing her that the wind is absolutely safe. Mitsuko reaches her hand out and calms down after feeling it. The couple smile at each other, thinking of the absurdity of the situation. Aki assumes that Mitsuko has some case of amnesia, but laughs it off. Following that, the couple meets their group of friends and decides to skip class for the day. The four of them run to the woods while laughing and playing around. Mitsuko's mental state is the complete opposite of what it was a few hours ago. She forgets everything about her past life, dismissing it as a dream. The group stops to catch a breath upon reaching a riverbank. Aki and Mitsuko look at each other and fall deeper in love. Mitsuko then tells the other girls
Okay, so
about her dream.
it
One of
is
them thinks she
that
must have
kind
entered a
of
parallel
relationship.
universe
Okay.
sometime this morning, but the others assume she is only bluffing. Then, they notice a mattress on the ground nearby and use the pillow to fight playfully. As the feathers fly all around, the girls look at each other in admiration. Mitsuko notices a lesbian couple standing nearby, watching them with a smile. The mattress and pillows must have belonged to them, but they disappear before Mitsuko can inquire. A girl comments that if they want their reality to change, they must do something unexpected and out of the ordinary. She follows by flashing her underwear to them as the girls laugh. Her words seem to be of high importance to Mitsuko as she thinks about them deeply. A while later, the girls return to the school. Mitsuko and Aki are in the classroom when Mitsuko notices a pillow on the floor. As she picks it up, the teacher starts firing at them with a machine gun. Everyone, including Aki, is killed in the incident.
What
except for
the
Mitsuko.
fuck?
The teacher says this is the punishment for them skipping class. She is about to kill Mitsuko as well, but two of her other friends come to her rescue and help her escape. They are also killed in the process, but before dying, the girl from earlier tells Mitsuko to go wild if the situation calls for it. Mitsuko and the remaining girls run outside the school while
Bro, the teachers in the windows. Ah!
Somehow, 5 of the girls make it outside. Suddenly, the deadly gust of wind kills the others, leaving Mitsuko alone yet again. Before dying, the girls tell Mitsuko that it is all up to her now. While being followed by the wind, Mitsuko runs for several minutes before reaching a town with people. A crowd of people is walking down the street, but she pushes them aside and continues running. She only stops upon reaching a police station and meeting a lady officer. The officer initially thinks Mitsuko is a maniac because she refuses to speak and only points in a direction. But suddenly, the cop calls her Keiko. When Mitsuko looks into a mirror, she is shocked to see that she has turned into an entirely different person. The cop turns out to be Keiko's friend, Tomoko, who is excited about Keiko's wedding, happening in a few hours. Keiko, who was a different person only seconds ago, is confused out of her mind. She cannot think straight and allows Tomoko to do whatever she wants. They get into a car to the chapel where she is getting married. The morning has been a roller coaster ride for her, but it only gets wilder when a bunch of women follow their car, as if Keiko is a celebrity. They all express how excited they are about the wedding. At the chapel, many other women surround and welcome her. Upon reaching the changing room, she is shocked to see Aki getting ready for the wedding. She can almost not believe her eyes as her mind goes blank. She tries asking her what is going on, but Aki secretly whispers to her to keep quiet for a while. She also promises to explain everything later, revealing that she knows something that Keiko doesn't. Following that, Keiko is dressed up in a wedding gown. As the girls gush about how handsome the bridegroom is, Keiko suddenly realizes that she cannot marry a man when she is in love with Aki. Aki notices her panicking and makes the other girls leave the room for some privacy. Once they are alone, she calls Keiko by her real name and urges her to do as told. Keiko still doesn't know what's going on, but she trusts Aki enough to do what she says. After she gets ready, a group of girls come inside the room to invite her to the chapel. Aki attacks them and kills them all to teach Keiko how to fight. Before sending her to the aisle, she hands Keiko a broken glass to attack anyone who makes her feel uncomfortable. Keiko walks down the aisle with the glass instead of flowers.
What's this fucked up movie?
Girls clap and cheer for her. On
Who
the other end
just
of the aisle
slash
is
the
an
fucking
open
neck of somebody with a
that
bottle?
contains her groom. Suddenly, the guests start making inappropriate gestures and taking their clothes off. They mock Keiko and push her towards the coffin. When it opens, it is revealed that her future husband is a disgusting creature with a pig's head and a man's body. The crowd forces her to kiss him, but instead, Keiko uses the glass to stab him. In a fit of rage, she also kills some of the girls around her. Aki comes in at the right time to save her, but they are stopped by a duo of teachers from the previous school. They fight the duo and manage to run outside the church. Aki gets busy distracting
This
the
movie
teachers,
is fucked
and Keiko
up.
continues running until she is stopped by a girl in a tracksuit. The girl calls her Izumi and invites her to a marathon. Keiko gets a look at her face in the mirror and is surprised to see that she is yet again transformed into someone else. She is now Izumi, a star marathon runner who everyone is fond of. A massive crowd cheers for her. As she
This is
runs
like
alongside
a
her
nightmare
friends.
dream,
Her
you know?
friends
Like
reveal
you
that she has
just
always
can't
been
get out of
with
it.
her ever since middle school. Izumi has no clue what they are talking about, but by now she doesn't even want to know the answers. Soon she starts to enjoy herself and sees that her friends from school are running alongside her. But then, the pig groom and the teachers start to chase her behind. The girls ask Izumi to be brave because she is the only one who can escape this world. Izumi runs faster than ever and eventually reaches a cave. A schoolgirl finds her and brings her to a group of several girls like her who stand creepily with their hair covering their faces. The girl then tries to kill Izumi, claiming that if she doesn't die, everyone else will. Aki arrives just in time to save her girlfriend. She then asks Izumi to repeat the words, "I am Mitsuko." When Izumi does as told, she returns to her original form as Mitsuko. As the last step to escape this world, Mitsuko has to pull on 2 strings coming up through Aki's wrist that will cut her in half. She doesn't want to hurt the person she loves the most, but Aki forces her to pull on the strings. As a result, she is sliced in half, and Mitsuko enters the real world. She ends up in a restaurant where the first male characters in the movie are seen. On walking further in, she sees a bunch of perverted men looking at a poster of her, Izumi, and Keiko. It turns out that she is in a lewd city called Men's World, filled with only men who enjoy a violent 3D survival video game called Tag. The only controllable characters in the game are Mitsuko, Izumi, and Keiko, all 3 of them being her. A man recognizes Mitsuko and tells her that she is in the future. Mitsuko passes out and awakens in a cave-like place where all the characters of the game are showcased like mannequins. While wandering around, she comes across an old man playing a game on his TV. He reveals that she is 150 years ahead in the future. When she was in high school a long time ago, she was a person that he admired. After she died, he
Yeah, I know.
took her and her friends
It doesn't stop
and made
fucking.
clones of them for his 3D game for men's entertainment. A younger version of the old man appears and gets naked, asking her to come to bed with him. The old man discloses that the final stage of the game is the fulfillment of his deepest wish, to get intimate with her. The man is about to touch her when she remembers the words of her friend, who asked her to do something out of the ordinary to get out of the illusion she is in. Mitsuko takes the advice and attacks the man, screaming at him to stop playing with girls like toys. She rips one of the pillows and the white feathers turn red from her anger. At last, she snatches the old man's cane and commits the unthinkable to his shock, since her death was never a part of the game. In the final scene, Mitsuko awakens alone in a field of white snow. She registers that it is all over now, meaning that she will never have to be trapped in the game again. Although the movie seems bizarre and meaningless half of the time, it is a metaphor for Mitsuko's homosexuality and the struggle she faces as a woman in Japan. Each of the 3 different girls represents a female struggling with different but interrelated problems. Mitsuko is a high school girl who is in love with another girl. The scene where they see the mattress in the middle of the woods depicts how gay women are stranded by society. Similarly, Keiko is a woman who is forced to marry a man she doesn't love. Hence, she sees him as a disgusting pig who only wants one thing from her. Then there is Izumi, a talented and determined girl. But she is running
I can understand the
denoting some sort
metaphor.
of male presence is getting in her way of success. In the end, the old man making the girls a character in his game clearly depicts how society is dominated by men who take advantage of women and their problems. Mitsuko frees herself from the bondage only with her own death. Subscribe for more videos like this. Turn on notifications.
Yo,
and
who's
leave a
on the
like
butt
to check
there?
them out. Thank you for watching.
After a disaster that wiped out most of civilization, Anne Burden came to terms with the fact that she was probably the only one who survived.
There's somebody with
That
their
was
head on
until
a
she
butt.
encountered 2 men named John Loomis and Caleb.
Yeah, I don't like this.
Hi, Mystery Recapped here.
The voice is make it or break it. It's like, bro. Yep. I'm looking.
The protagonist of the movie is an obese, old-fashioned, and carefree man named Dusty. All he cares about is eating and watching vintage movies. With the advancements in technology, the world has moved on, but Dusty is still stuck in the 80s. He doesn't like using smartphones, thinks texting is a waste of time, and even believes that emojis are strange. Come on, Dusty, even the grapefruit? The one thing he fears is millennials. He can't stand teenagers who have contrasting opinions to his. At the start of the movie, Dusty is in the car, munching on a burger and listening to some 80s rock. Despite being 50 years old, he is carefree and doesn't have a full-time job. This habit has caused Dusty to lose all his friends, but he could care less about it. Soon, a bunch of millennials catch him in the act and take videos of him. Dusty is obviously uncomfortable, but due to his super awkward nature, he can't say a word to them. After a while, his niece Chloe joins him in his car, and the two proceed to a movie theater. It turns out that they have been watching movies together since Chloe was young, and this tradition is being continued today. The two appear to be close, but with the contrasting differences in age and habits, it's clear that Chloe is a bit weirded out by her uncle. This becomes even more evident when Dusty plays an old song, which she calls boring. Get out of the car, Chloe. On reaching a theater called Cinethrax, the uncle-niece duo starts debating on what movie to watch. Dusty wants to go with a vintage 80s movie, which he has already seen 10 times, but Chloe wants to watch a Cinethrax exclusive 3D movie called Chosen, and eventually the stubborn niece gets her way. They then head to the ticket line, where a lot of millennials are clicking selfies and texting. As expected, Uncle Dusty is disgusted by the sight. And to make matters worse, he doesn't even have the money to purchase the movie tickets because they are that expensive. This is part of modern living that Uncle Dusty can't run away from. Hence, Chloe reluctantly coughs up some cash. Strangely, all the Cinethrax employees, including the ticket seller and the bouncers, have a weird and gloomy look on their faces. Sounds normal to me. Before entering the main theater, Uncle Dusty checks his 3D glasses into the bin and brings out his own bulky glasses, which he calls shifters. Apparently, he hates 3D movies so much that he has brought these shifters to flatline them into normal 2D movies. He has even brought a pair for his niece Chloe, but as expected, the latter doesn't want to wear them. After this, Dusty heads to the canteen to buy some popcorn. There, some millennials gang up on him and inquire if he has accidentally ended up in the 3D section. Dusty simply says that he is a movie freak and leaves. Weird flex, but okay. When he enters the main theater, he finds the manager of Cinethrax, a good-looking guy named Zach, flirting with Chloe. However, as soon as Dusty approaches them, Zach makes an excuse and leaves. However, at the same time, two of Chloe's friends arrive and sit next to her. It turns out this was her plan all along. The movie time with her uncle was just an excuse to get out of the house. Dusty is annoyed that Chloe's not spending time with him, and also because her friends have taken his seat. He tries convincing her to sit with him, but Chloe doesn't want to. She has started seeing her uncle as a boring person who will embarrass her in front of her friends every chance he gets. Hearing this, Dusty becomes sad, but still, he decides to sit right behind Chloe's seat. Soon, Zach gets on stage and announces that the movie is about to begin. He lays out the rules that no one is allowed to use their phones, and that everyone has to put their Cinethrax 3D glasses on. The millennials are pumped up with the announcement, and they start cheering in excitement. Then, the movie Chosen finally begins. It is a love story with some pretty weird acting and storylines, but nonetheless, because of the ultra-realistic 3D action, the millennials are loving it. They scream and cheer at literally every bit of dialogue. However, Uncle Uncle Dusty, who is not wearing any glasses, is left disappointed with the movie. He can't wait to go home already. Shortly after, he remembers his shifter glasses and decides to put them on. However, because they flatline the 3D into a boring 2D version, Dusty is still not intrigued. So, he decides to annoy the other people around. He sees one of Chloe's friends texting and reminds her that using the phone is not allowed in the theater. In fact, he causes a minor ruckus, which doesn't sit well with the other millennials there. At last, when Dusty still refuses to back down, Chloe tells her friend to stop using the phone so that they can watch the movie in peace. Dusty believes that he has won, completely oblivious that he's embarrassing his niece in front of her cool friends. As the movie goes on, Dusty gets more and more bored. In one scene, he notices something very unusual, as if the screen is faulty. However, when he takes off his shifter glasses, there is nothing. Confused, Dusty wants to try on the Cinethrax glasses to see what the real movie experience is like. He asks Chloe to lend her his glasses for a while, but by this time she is fed up with her uncle's childish antics. She bluntly berates him for embarrassing her in front of her friends and requests him to act normally. Left with no options,
I love how like
Dusty
those
puts on his
3D
shifter
glasses
and
look like
continues
those
watching the
like
movie.
super
Suddenly,
cheap,
he notices
you know,
a
glasses
giant
you get at like
worm-like creature
Dollarama.
peering through the screen. All the millennials in the theater are completely oblivious to the worm's presence, but Dusty can see it clearly. Terrified, he quickly takes off his glasses, and with this, the worm disappears. A few minutes pass by, but the worm is nowhere to be seen. So, Dusty suspects that it has something to do with his 2D glasses. Hence, he puts them back on, and as soon as he does, the giant worm attacks him with its suckers. Dusty screams in horror and causes chaos inside the theater. He also drops his popcorn all over Chloe and her friends. Enraged, the millennials start calling
Get
him
wrecked.
names, but Dusty is sure that there is something unusual going on inside the theater. He tries explaining it to Chloe, but as expected, she is having none of it. Instead, she is embarrassed and expresses her regrets about him being there. The commotion soon attracts the Cinethrax manager Zach, who approaches Dusty and takes him away, much to the delight of the other millennials.
Get that boomer out of here. Yeah, old people suck.
Worried that her uncle has gotten himself into trouble, Chloe also follows. Outside, Dusty tries to explain that something came out of the screen and approached him, but Zach concludes that the old man is simply mistaking the ultra-realistic 3D action for a real thing. However, Dusty is sure that he saw a worm-like creature. At last, he decides to get a refund and leave the place, but to his surprise, Chloe doesn't want to go. Instead, she chastises her uncle for embarrassing her several times, just so that he can become the center of attraction. Saying this, she leaves him and goes back inside the theater. Dusty tries going after her, but Zach stops him, saying he's not allowed to go in there anymore. Left with no choice, a devastated Uncle Dusty decides to wait for Chloe till the movie ends. But since he cannot wait in the main hall, Zach takes him to the projection room. There, Zach and his employees start talking about how Cinethrax will take over the world because of its super realistic cinematics and visuals. The age of old 2D movies is gone, and now 3D has taken over. James Cameron, is that you? They also ask Dusty to give it a try, and if he still doesn't like it, they will refund his money. Zach then hands Dusty a pair of Cinethrax glasses, but after a long thought, the latter rejects it. Because of this, the Cinethrax employees become enraged and suddenly turn into possessed, zombie-like beings. They then attack Dusty and almost succeed in driving him into a sharp object, but somehow the uncle manages to escape from their clutches. How did he do it? He simply took a rotten burger out of his pocket and shoved it into the possessed zombies. Dusty then runs to the main hall and tries to find a way out of the building. However, it is impossible, as all the Cinethrax employees have turned into zombies and are on the lookout for him. So, Dusty sneaks inside the storeroom and braces himself to do the one thing which he hates the most: texting. He sends several messages to Chloe, where he apologizes for being a jerk and also admits that he is scared of losing her. Then he proceeds to warn her of the impending danger, but before he can do so, Zach and the others break in through the door and take him away. Meanwhile, Chloe has started feeling bad for scolding her uncle earlier. She waits for his next message, but it doesn't come. Hence, when she finds his shifter glasses lying on the floor, she picks them up and tries them on. Lo and behold, she notices a giant tentacled creature, which has now taken over the entire screen. The creature is also sucking the life out of all the other millennials, meaning that Chloe is the only uninfected human left in the theater. Terrified, she takes off her glasses and tries running, but all the infected millennials start following her. A major struggle ensues, and it appears as if all hope is lost. But fortunately, with With the help of a prop sword, Chloe manages to swat the hundreds of infected millennials before entering the projection room. There, she notices her uncle bound and tied to a chair, and finally realizes that he was telling the truth. Either that, or he's into some kinky stuff. However, before she could help him, Zack and the others arrive and apprehend her. Following this, Zack reveals the main creature behind all this mayhem. It turns out to be an alien, which has traveled from another galaxy to extend its species. Zack mentions that being infected was the best thing to ever happen to him, as now he doesn't feel any pain or anxiety. He also encourages the uncle-niece duo to embrace the change, as the alien only wants to help them overcome their miserable and boring lives. Saying this, he forcefully puts on a pair of Cinethrax 3D glasses to Dusty and makes him watch the movie. This will
Well,
appear.
he didn't make him watch the movie. He fucking pointed it at him.
In the nick of time and stabs the alien with a broken piece of glass. This momentarily stuns the infected zombies, allowing Chloe to untie.
Wait.
But fortunately, Chloe intervenes in the nick of time.
That's not a piece of fucking glass. That's a fucking dagger. What the fuck?
With a broken piece of glass. This momentarily stuns the infected zombies, allowing Chloe to untie her uncle from his bondage. Unfortunately, because they are about to escape, Zack releases a tentacle from his mouth, which grabs Chloe and starts possessing her. And in no time, her face starts turning, implying that the alien has entered her body. Just then, Uncle Dusty grabs an axe and chops off Zack's head like an 80s hero, but by this time, the damage has already been done. Soon, the two reach the exit door, and when Dusty opens it, he sees that the city outside has been ravaged by a colossal alien. Here, he finally realizes that the world has been taken over by aliens. At the same time, Chloe also changes her demeanor. She tells her uncle to embrace the change and accept the fact that there is no escaping. She then mentions that Zack was right. There is no pain or anxiety in this life. Soon, the other millennials and Cinethrax employees also arrive and start persuading him to accept the change. They even sing a song to help Dusty change his mind.
I'll take you to the candy shop.
At last, realizing that there is no hope, Dusty finally gives in and starts singing along to the song.
I'll let you lick the lollipop.
In the last scene, all the people get back inside the theater, where the same movie is being played. Chloe, who is now completely possessed, gives her uncle a pair of the Cinethrax glasses so that he can embrace the change and become one of them. The movie ends as Dusty anxiously waits for the alien to arrive and possess him.
Keep going till you hit the spot. Oh!
You see, like, I can enjoy that because, like, the guy adds little things, you know? Oh yeah, there's a water thing. I remember that. The first 70 years, Nazis hide on the moon after World War II. Wait, that's a Jackie Chan
The
movie.
movie begins in a strict Shaolin monastery. It consists of several young men competing to be the best kung fu master of all time. The most naive and untalented one of them all is a young man named Little Mute, who doesn't speak for an unknown reason. He struggles
That's
to
young
keep up
Jackie
with his
Chan,
fellow
right?
students, making him the laughingstock. One afternoon, the master orders all his pupils to do a special task that will help them learn the famous weightless technique. He asks them to fetch 2 whole buckets
It
of
looks
water
like
from a
young
river
Jackie Chan.
while
I'm like
wearing heavy
90%
wooden
sure.
shoes that weigh more than 5 kilograms on each leg. Not just that, but after filling the buckets, they have to walk a mile uphill. Once they master this technique, they will be like birds, able to jump on roofs and perform aerial acrobatics. Little Mute's classmates see that he is excited about the task and allow him to go first. They are so confident in his incompetence that they know he will be the last one to complete the task. As they had predicted, he fills the bucket early, but can barely walk with the shoes weighing him down. Everyone surpasses him, leaving him the last one climbing the hill. Eventually, he even drops the bucket and sits down hopelessly. He has been trying his very best to survive in the monastery, but a failure like this shakes his spirit. As he thinks about how he got to this point in life, we are taken to a flashback. A few years ago, Little Mute's father was killed by a masked robber for money. The killer was a kung fu master who beat them up badly before killing the man. Hence, the only reason Little Mute joined the monastery was to become skilled enough to kill the murderer one day. Lost in his thought,
1976.
he only comes back to reality when a nun
That's
approaches him.
old.
On seeing that he has given up on the task, she encourages him with motivating words. The nun's name is Five Plums, and she is also a kung fu expert. After talking to her for
Stop. Oh, sorry.
For a while, Little Mute completes the task with great effort. However, since he is the last one, the master calls him lazy. He even reveals that no student in several years has taken as long as him to complete the task. Little Mute is made to chop wood for the entire month as punishment. While he is doing so outside the monastery, he is approached by a drunk monk. Initially, the man blabbers something about perseverance in kung fu, which Little Mute has no interest in. But then, he reveals a secret about the monastery. The two end up in a hidden chamber behind the waterfall, where only the high-level masters are allowed to come. There, an old man has been held prisoner, with his hands and legs chained to the wall. To Little Mute, who doesn't know what the man's crime was, the punishment seems irrational and harsh. Two monks arrive in the cave and give the prisoner food and water. When they leave, Little Mute comes into view and helps the prisoner eat. The gesture wins the prisoner's trust, and he finds out Little Mute is not one of the monk's minions. He devours the food and asks the kid to bring him wine the next time. I've got $50 that says that prisoner killed Little Mute's dad. In the following scene, the best student of the monastery gets ready for the final task that every student must complete before graduating from the Shaolin Monastery. The task's name is the Wooden Test, where a person must enter a narrow hallway containing 36 Shaolin wooden men.
Yeah, this
They are
is kind of a
mechanical
given
dummies
for the
that
year of
attack
the
anyone
movie.
who enters the hallway with great speed and strength. Each one of the
But here's your
mechanical dummies
villain.
is 50 times faster and stronger than an average human, so the task is extremely difficult. The student enters with confidence, but is beaten so badly that he has to be carried outside. The master reprimands him for being overconfident and lectures everyone else to take it as a lesson to never
Yep,
underestimate
old
the
movies
final
were the
test.
dumbest in
The
my
following
opinion.
day during lunch, Little Mute saves a bun under his clothes for the prisoner. He also steals a little bit of wine from the drunken monk. Then, when no one is looking, he returns to the cave behind the waterfall and meets the prisoner.
Did you
again.
notice that
The man
it's like supposed to be a
happily drinks the
prison
wine
door
and
or whatever,
promises to
but it's always
reward him
open?
when he escapes the prison. The two chat for a long time about the wooden test. According to the prisoner, the test is a joke. He claims that he would have torn the wooden men apart in no time if it were him. Little Mute listens to him
Kinda
attentively,
sus.
but doesn't necessarily believe him. The prisoner also reveals that the reason for his imprisonment was he was practicing a new kung fu technique called Lion's Roar. The monks didn't like that he was getting more powerful than their entire lot, so they apprehended him. The next day, Little Mute is assigned to kitchen duty and tries to steal wine for the second time. However, the monk catches him this time and teaches him a lesson. He is ordered to clean the kitchen every day until the end of the month as punishment. After sweeping the kitchen spotlessly clean for hours, he impresses the drunken monk and is let off the hook this time. Later, he again goes to the prisoner with food. Impressed by his kindness, the man decides to teach him kung fu techniques, even though he is chained. His techniques are primarily different from that of the monks, but Little Mute continues to learn them with diligence. There are some principles that the prisoner stands by, but Little Mute doesn't agree with, like ignoring the rule of Shaolin altogether and always ending the battle with a kill. Other than following such rules, Little Mute becomes the prisoner's best pupil and works hard for the next few months. One afternoon, he is
Best
practicing
pupil,
outside
the only
cave
one?
when Five Plums sees him. She notices that the kung fu style he is practicing is not the usual one taught in the monastery. It is dangerous and mostly used by criminals who divert from the path of what actual kung fu teaches. She advises Little Mute that a man should never learn kung fu to spread violence and evil. It is a sacred art that one must use only to defend themselves and others. The kung fu he is learning defeats its purpose, hence he will have to unlearn the art. Five Plums then starts training him in the gliding snake style. The principle of this style of kung fu is the exact opposite of the style that the prisoner is teaching him. Little Mute continues learning from both masters and has the option to choose between their principles. As time passes, he masters both techniques and becomes a fighter like no other. One day, after training, the prisoner tells him that he has learned everything there is to the Lion's Roar style and is now ready to face the Wooden Men test. Knowing that this will be the last time they meet before Little Mute graduates, the prisoner gives him a tiny piece of paper that he wants to be taken to the cashier of the Evergreen Medicine Shop. Since it is the least Little Mute can do for his master, he agrees. Then comes the day when Little Mute is supposed to take the final test. Everyone thinks it is a joke, until he goes into the wooden alley and actually fights well. Using the skills taught by both his teachers, he manages to defeat the wooden dummies in the end, and graduates with flying colors. Before leaving the monastery, he goes to meet the head monk. For the past few years, not even a single person has passed the wooden test, which makes the monk believe that Little Mute is doing something different. Little Mute doesn't say anything, but the master eventually figures out that he met the prisoner. He prays to God for forgiveness on Little Mute's behalf and asks if the prisoner gave him anything. The man stays loyal to his master and doesn't reply. Before he leaves, he is handed a wooden scroll and is asked to meet the Sublime Master in the hills. In the following scene, we see Little Mute meeting the cashier of the medicine shop. Upon reading the message, he instantly recognizes who it is from. It is then revealed that the prisoner is none other than Kang, the leader of the bandits named the Green Dragon. He wasn't imprisoned because he was a threat to the monks, but because he used his skill to spread violence and kill innocent people. In the message, he has asked the people of his gang to await his return. Still unaware of this, Little Mute continues living life as usual. He ends up in a restaurant where the members of the same gang are misbehaving with the owner's daughter, Orchid. Little Mute saves her from the thugs and gains appreciation from her father. As a result, he is allowed to stay in their inn for as long as he wants. One night, the monks of the Shaolin monastery hear a loud roar. When they rush to check the cave, they find it empty. Kang has mastered the lion's roar technique and escaped. The same night, the members of the Dragon Gang trouble Orchid again. They want to abduct her and present her to their master as his mistress when he arrives. She tries to fight them but is ultimately kidnapped. The following day, Little Mute and a waiter from Orchid's restaurant go
such an old-fashioned
on their
fucking
way,
shit, bro.
they
It's
come
so
across
insane.
Kang fighting the monks from the
I haven't watched
monastery
old
who were
movies
trying
in
to stop
years,
him
bro.
from
I used to
running
watch old
away.
movies
Unaware of
every
Kang's true
summer when
identity,
we used to
Little
go
Mute helps him
to
escape by
Gaspé when I was
distracting the
young.
monks. The gang
I'd have
leader is
like those
thankful
like
and agrees to
VHS
help them
fucking
find
like
the missing girl
over
in
there
return.
just for that.
After
We had
that,
like a
the three go
bunch.
to a restaurant to eat, since Kang hasn't had good food in a long time. Suddenly, Kang notices a bald man outside the house and kills him, assuming that he is a monk. When the shop owner retaliates, he refuses to accept his mistake and instead blames the dead man for being bald. Goddamn baldies. He even kills the entire family of the restaurant owner in a fit of rage. Little Mute is shocked, as he never thought the person he respects so much would kill an entire innocent family. When he tries to reason with the man, he and the waiter are kicked out of the house. Surprisingly enough, when the two return to the inn later, Orchid also returns home, unharmed. She says that the thugs let her go without saying why. The next day, Little Mute randomly remembers the scroll that he was supposed to give to the Sublime Master. Without wasting more time, he goes to the hill and meets the Blind Master. On feeling the scroll, he finds out that Little Mute is Kang's student. Initially, he berates Little Mute for choosing the wrong path, but promises to show him the right way. He then reveals that he was Kang's master in the monastery, and the one who taught the gangster everything about Kung Fu. However, Kang repaid his master with violence, and began killing people, misusing his lessons. In the end, he was captured and imprisoned, but the Sublime Master blamed himself for Kang's deeds, and blinded himself. That is some Dobby the House Elf shit. He now lives in the hills as a hermit, but is ready to help the monastery if his former pupil is threatening its safety. The current head monk is afraid that the monks have grown old. If Kang and his gang land an attack on the monastery, they won't be able to defend themselves. The only person who can help them is Little Mute. Hence, the Sublime Master hands him a book containing the ultimate Kung Fu style. It is the most dangerous and sacred technique of all, which only a few monks are able to master. Over the next few years, Kang and his people plan an attack, while Little Mute trains in his third Kung Fu style. He is made to carry 300 kilograms of rocks on his shoulders for hours, alongside other brutal exercises. Under the guidance of the head monk, he manages to master the style in a few years. Now, with 3 different kung fu techniques at his disposal, Little Mute is ready to fight any battle. Then, one day, Kang and his people finally attack the monastery. When Little Mute tries to stop them, Kang laughs, revealing that he was the one who killed his father long ago.
Called
At
it.
least 300,000 of you owe me $50 now. I'm rich. A shocked Little Mute speaks for the first time in years. He reveals that he had vowed to never let a word out of his mouth until he finds his father's killer. The revelation is followed by a final showdown between Kang and Little Mute. Kang uses Lion's Roar technique and defends against all of Little Mute's snake-style attacks. Initially, the clashing technique works in Kang's favor, but when he tries to attack, he faces the same problem. Finally, Little Mute uses the ultimate style and turns the fight around. Even after being beaten brutally and refusing to land any fatal attacks, he manages to win in the end. To everyone's surprise, Kang accepts defeat and is happy that his only student has mastered the teachings. However, it turns out to be a ruse to take Little Mute by surprise. Kang plans to use the deadly slicing throat move on him, but Little Mute moves just in time, and the attack lands on Kang himself.
Yo, my man's selfish.
And his gang runs away in fear. In the last scene, Little Mute returns to the monastery and turns into a monk. Subscribe for more videos like this, turn on notifications, and leave a like to help the channel out.
That was, you know what? I fuck with that. That was a good old movie. Roll down and find another. Oh. Yeah. Hmm. Is that Logan Paul? Is that Logan Paul? Wait. Is that thumbnail Logan Paul? No, you see, like, it definitely looks like him though.
Hi, Mystery Recap here.
It's what?
Today I'm going to explain a science fantasy film called Upside Down.
Yeah.
Spoilers ahead. Watch out and take care. The movie starts as a voice narrates to us the rules of his planet, which has a dual gravity. In such a world, two planets are so close to each other that they block the sky.
This sounds like
The
AI.
people who live on the upper planet seem to be upside down for those on the lower planet. The rules of gravity apply to both the residents of both the planets.
Like, this sounds like
They cannot
AI,
visit
no?
the other planet because the gravity of their own planet pulls them down. There are three fundamental laws.
I see,
One,
yeah.
all matters are pulled by only one gravity, that is the gravity of their planet of origin. 2, an object's weight can be offset using matter from the opposite world, called the inverse matter. And 3, after a few hours of contact with inverse matter, the contact matter burns. The upper world is called the uptop, while the lower is called down below. The status of the two worlds
Up
are
top
vastly
and down
different.
below.
The up top is highly developed and rich, while the down below is underdeveloped and poor. The up top extracts cheap oil from down below and sells them electricity at a very high price. They exploit down below's resources and prosper themselves. The people are strictly prohibited to come in contact with any person from the opposite planet. The altercation of this law might be punishable by death or imprisonment. The only legal contact the people of two planets can have is in the Trans World Company headquarters. It is a skyscraper joining the two worlds. People from the up top visit down below for tourism and novelties like dancing in the ceiling. But people from down below do not have such facilities. The voice that narrates this is the
Fuck,
voice
why
of
was
a
that
little child
funny?
named Adam. Adam is a resident of down below. His parents died years ago in a trans-world factory explosion that destroyed
Now I
half of
can't
the city.
unhear it.
So he lives in an orphanage. His only relative is his great aunt, Becky, who he visits on the weekends. Adam's only joy in life is airplanes and his aunt's flying pancakes. One day, when he is at Becky's, she tells him about her secret flying pancakes recipe. Her secret flying pancakes recipe uses pollen from pink bees. The pink bees collect their pollen from both worlds, which can only be found in the Sage Mountain. She also shows him a book that writes of the secrets of pink bees, and promises to hand it down to Adam when he grows up. One day, Becky sends Adam to collect the
does.
pollen from the mountain. He narrates that the day changes his life forever. He climbs higher than he has ever climbed and reaches the top. From there, he clearly sees the uptop. Adam has a paper airplane in his hand that he throws to the uptop. It flies and lands on the ground there. A beautiful girl finds it. Adam looks up at her. They both smile, and the rest is history. Cut to a few years later, Adam has now grown into a handsome teenager. He and the girl, Eden, have been friends ever since. They have been meeting at the same place every day since
It's
the
the
last
guy
time.
from
That day too, Adam waits for
from
Eden at the top of the
the
mountain. They meet, and Adam uses the
but
second
it's the
law of
guy from
gravity to bring Eden down to him.
across
He
the
ties a top
universe.
to her body and drags her down. The two run around the woods with Adam holding Eden in place, but suddenly, they hear gunshots. They hurry back to the hilltop. As Adam is sending Eden back to up top, the guards shoot him. The rope slips from his hands and Eden hits her head on the ground on up top. He watches her lying motionless on the ground as blood oozes from her head. Meanwhile, the guards take Adam, separate him from Becky and imprison him. They also burn down Becky's house.
Oh
Cut
yeah,
to 10
burned a
years
house.
later. Adam is now a young adult working in a mechanic shop with his boss, Albert. He is experimenting on
Yeah,
pollen
of
to
course,
make an
it's one of my favorite
anti-gravity
movies.
formula for anti-aging face cream. However, the formula only works for a few seconds. The equipment required to develop the formula further is only available up top. One day at work, he is surprised to see Eden on TV. He hasn't seen her since
I love
incident.
the way it
turns out that
starts.
she works in
Like the
transport.
fourth
Adam is over
fourth
the moon to see her
like
alive.
starter
He
songs.
then
I
starts working
fucking
in
love.
Transworld,
The only
because
one
they
I'm
can
like
provide him with
sus
resources
about
needed
is
to complete the
cuckoo
formula
choo
for his
coo
quest.
cuckoo choo
Adam
choo.
also plans to reunite with his childhood love there.
I am the
On his first day
Eggman.
at work in the trans world, Adam is fascinated by the exclusive workplace. The skyscraper has several floors. The floors with a plus symbol are for the employees up top, while the ones with a minus are for employees from down below. Adam works in floor 0, which is the middle floor and has employees from both planets. The head of the establishment informs him about the rules of the workplace. According to him, Adam, being from down below, is fortunate to have gotten a prestigious job at Transworld. Lastly, he informs Adam that if he steals any kind of inverse matter from up top, he will be fired and jailed. Another worker provides Adam with an inverse matter, and advises him to keep it in the refrigerator so it doesn't burn. After work, Adam goes back to Albert's, who is mad at him for going to Transworld, claiming that people from up top are evil. Albert is scared that Adam might get himself killed trying to work for Transworld. But after a little convincing from Adam, he agrees to help him.
You know what? I don't like this one
Eden
so
is in a
far.
self-help
I'm gonna
group
change
where
it.
we get to know that she has lost all her memory before the accident.
Well, I was gonna watch probably one or two more and then go to bed. So it'll just be one more and then bedtime. There was one. I saw one for Squid Games earlier. This one? Oh, this one. No. Oh yeah, right here. Yeah, no, I know, I know, I don't want to watch it. I know Squid Game too much. Oh, no, no. No, I don't wanna. It's so. Hey, Matt, don't be like that. Yo, I feel like I'm scrolling down and it's going back up. Like, where's there so many of them that I've already seen? Bro, I need to see this. 200 IQ chef cooks fish without killing it. Yeah, it is.
Mystery recapped here. Today, I'm going to explain a Chinese action film called Kung Fu Chefs.
Kung Fu
Spoilers
chef.
ahead. Watch out and take care. Wang Ping Yi works as a chef in a village in China. He is also the bearer of the dragon head cleaver, a symbol of power to his clan. Everyone from the clan knows and respects him, much to his nephew, Wang Kaizhou's annoyance. Kaizhou believes that he should be the rightful owner of the sacred cleaver, since his father was the last owner. One day, Ping Yi and his clan are hired to work for a huge gathering organized for the higher officials of the village. Ping Yi's disciple accidentally burns the pork, which was supposed to be the main dish. He scolds the guy and takes it upon himself to slaughter and cook the pig in less than 30 minutes. Using the sacred cleaver, he cuts the pig with precision in only a few seconds. Half an hour later, the dish is ready to be served. Ping Yi adds some salt to the dish as a finishing touch.
So that kind of looks
knowing
fucking
that his
good.
disciple has mixed a drug in it under Kai Zhou's order. The dish is arranged beautifully and served to the guests. Soon, they start to fall down because of the drug, and the blame falls upon Ping Yi's cooking. He realizes what his disciple has done and asks him for the reason. The guy pushes him aside and runs away, scared of being caught. Ping Yi runs behind him, but is stopped by a group of men who accuse him of trying to poison them. Besides being a cook, Ping Yi is also an excellent martial artist. He single-handedly takes on the group of men and defeats them all. At last, he finally catches his disciple and is about to hit him with a cleaver when his associate stops him. He belittles Ping Yi for trying to blame others for his mistake. Before Ping Yi can explain himself, he is kicked out of the village, deemed unworthy to be the owner of the dragon cleaver. Somewhere else,
now
in the
it's
School of
just a
Martial Arts
resting
and
arc.
Cooking, a teacher organizes a competition between his students. He announces that the one who can put the school's emblem back to its original place will receive a special gift. The students go crazy to get the emblem and start fighting each other. One of them, named Yoon Kin Yat, climbs on top of the tables, kicks the others away, and acquires it. But the others attack him before he can put the emblem back. Amidst the chaos, the emblem lands on the teacher's hand, and the students attack him as well.
Yeah.
During a chase, Kin Yat
Well, yo,
gets
to be
his hands on the
fair,
emblem
like
and
Europe,
puts it back on the
China,
platform
even
without anyone
like
seeing
Korea,
him. During the lunch
Japanese
break, the
movies,
teacher
they all
comes to
have
the
like these
cafeteria
weird
looking for Kin
things.
Yat. He plays a prank on the teacher and gets into a friendly fight with him. Kin Yat proves his talent by fighting using just a roll of dough and turning it into noodles at the same time. The teacher advises him to meet a cook named Shum Fong Quan. He believes that Kin Yat has learned everything he can from the school, but he is yet to learn about the deep idea of food. Later, Kin Yat leaves, looking for the master chef, Shum Fong Quan, to start his training. The master chef works in a restaurant named Four Seas. The owner of the restaurant, Shum Ching, is looking for several different recipes to improve the ratings. Her sister, Shum Ying, helps her with the process, but the sisters are distressed because the dishes are not up to their standard. Kin Yat arrives, looking for Shum, and is asked to wait. At the same time, Ping Yi also arrives at the hotel to enjoy traditional Cantonese food. Ching offers Ping Yi some tea and is surprised when he can tell apart their secret ingredient from only one sip. To test the hotel's chef, Shum, Ping Yi orders traditional Chinese food called the water cabbage. The chef brings the dish and asks for Ping Yi's opinion on it. When he calls the food bland, Shum gets offended and challenges Ping Yi to a cookout. Since they will need an assistant, Kin Yat offers to help Ping Yi. Ching wants to create innovative dishes for her restaurant, so she doesn't object. After some time, both the chefs present their dishes. Shum's signature chicken is delicious, but on tasting Ping Yi's traditional chicken, the sisters are amazed. A flashback shows us that he coated the chicken with sugar syrup to make it remain boiling from the inside. As described in the traditional recipe books, he didn't even use a knife to cut the pieces. Shum accepts his defeat and resigns from his position as a cook in the restaurant. In his place, Ching appoints both Ping Yi and Kin Yat as the head chef and the helper. That night, she finds out that Ping Yi's brother, who taught him everything about cooking, is also her father's student. She is more than happy to have someone like Ping Yi as their head chef because his cooking style and principles are identical to her father's. To see if Ping Yi is really as talented as he seems, Kin Yat challenges him to a fish cutting competition. Kin Yat chooses a globe fish for his dish. It needs very skilled cutting abilities to chop the fish without losing its original taste. Kin Yat impresses Ping Yi with his skills with this one. When it's Ping Yi's turn, he uses a normal prime fish for the dish.
Maybe
he
that's where
slices
he...
off parts
no.
of its flesh and leaves the fish alive, even
What?
after making a dish out of it.
What?
Both Ching and Kin Yat are shocked to see that the fish can still swim. They register that no one can compete against Ping Yi's cutting skills. The next day at work, Kin Yat is ready to learn things from his new master. To his disappointment, Ping Yi gives him the task to sharpen the knives. He stays up the entire night to complete the task and gets it done by the morning. But when he shows it to Ping Yi, the cook is still not impressed. He says that before teaching him how to cook, he will have to learn to cut meat and vegetables, since slicing, mincing, and grinding technique are the basics of a great cook. Kin Yat is given the responsibility to cut all the vegetables that are used in the restaurant. Ping Yi's nephew, Kai Zhou, who was responsible for him getting kicked out of the village, also owns a restaurant in the city that is a rival to the Four Seas restaurant. He hates his uncle for being the reason his father left the village a long time ago. Chef Shum meets Kai Zhou, asking to be hired as a chef in his restaurant now that he has resigned from his old job. But Kai Zhou says they already work with a master chef and do not need his services. When he finds out that the uncle he hates works for his rival restaurant, he is agitated. Kai Zhou's right-hand man, Liung, who was a village member a long time ago, suggests he forget about the rivalry since he cannot go against his uncle. This angers him even more, and he almost beats Liung to death. A flashback shows us that Kai Zhou's father, Wang Pingkei, was a great cook, but with time, he turned into an alcoholic. Ping Yi was against his brother being the bearer of the Dragon Cleaver because of this. One night, they got into a fight, which ended when Kai hurt his hand, making him unable to cook. After leaving Ping Yi in charge of his son, he left the village, but Kai Zhou still blames Ping Yi for his father's disappearance and wants revenge. Back in the present, Kin Yat continues to cut the vegetables for 2 weeks straight. During this time, he playfully bickers with Ying and starts liking her. Ping Yi teaches his techniques to all the restaurant employees, including Ying and Kin Yat. Their ratings soon go up because of his innovative dishes. One night, Kai Zhou and his associates come to the restaurant for a meal. They put nails on the dish and blame the cook for putting their lives in danger. Somehow, all of the customers are dumb enough to believe this, and they leave the premises, refusing to eat the food. Kai Zhou insults Ping Yi, but the man remains calm and apologizes. He doesn't want to fight with his family and understands why his nephew would hate him. In the following scene, Kin Yat and Ying are at a store shopping for groceries. They are distressed because after the nail fiasco, they have lost half of their customers. Ying notices Kai Zhou is also shopping for groceries near them. Still mad at him for ruining their business, she attacks the guy. Kai Zhou's henchmen soon join and fight against the two. Kin Yat easily beats them up in no time, while Ying struggles against Kai Zhou. At one point, they are surrounded by the rival group, but manage to trick them and run away. While trying to catch their breaths, they see an advertisement for the Chef of the Year competition. If their chef wins the competition, their ratings will go up again. However, when they ask Ping Yi to be in the competition, he refuses. It turns out he had gotten a call from his village that morning. They are asking him to return because, after his departure, nothing has been the same. Ping Yi is confident in his teachings and asks Kin Yat to represent their restaurant in the competition. The next day, Kin Yat and his assistant get ready for the first round of the competition. They are going against 6 other chefs, but their biggest opponents are Shum and his partner, Chef Chao To. The competition begins, and the chefs make their signature dishes. For the first few minutes, Kin Yat contemplates what would be the best dish to make. Ching, from the audience, suggests he make a horse platter that is made of pigeon, duck, and chicken. The dish is complicated to make because it can overcook pretty easily, but if made correctly, it is delicious. Kin Yat starts working on his dish. In the meantime, Chao To skins an ox's head to cook a famous Szechuan dish. An hour later, all the dishes are presented in front of the judges. They critique all of them, but when it comes to Kin Yat's horse platter, they only have nice things to say. They also seem to enjoy Chao To's dish thoroughly. The results are announced, and both Chao To and Kin Yat pass the first round. Now, for the final round, they will have to go head-to-head. Kin Yat and the team celebrate their first win and start preparing for the finals. When Kai Zhou finds out about this, he sends some thugs to beat up Kin Yat, so he wouldn't be present in the next competition. Kin Yat fights them to his best, but is locked up in a refrigerator with Ying. The following day, he somehow manages to escape with Ying's help, and is back in the competition. In the village, Kai Zhou goes to meet his uncle, to kill him once and for all. Ping Yi is attacked by a group of thugs, who he fights bravely. Even after getting beaten up pretty badly, he manages to send them away and teach his nephew a lesson. He has a chance to kill Kai Zhou, but he doesn't because he still thinks of him as family. In the meantime, the cooking competition begins. This time, the chefs are told to make a simplistic soup dish, but without any seasoning. This means they will have to make it flavorful using only the main ingredients. Chao To quickly starts to cook a traditional chicken soup, while Kin Yat thinks about Ping Yi's teachings. He remembers the cabbage and water dish that Ping Yi had ordered when he first came to the restaurant. It has only 3 ingredients with no seasoning, and if cooked with the right technique, the simple dish will blow people's minds. He starts to cook it right, how Ping Yi had taught him. He uses minced chicken mixed with water for the soup. Following that, he pokes holes in the cabbages to run the soup through them and make it flavorful. Chow To, on the other hand, uses a traditional oven to cook his chicken soup thoroughly. However, he uses more ingredients than Kin Yat and goes slightly against the rules. Ping Yi arrives there and compliments Kin Yat for doing his best. At last, the judges are served with 2 equally appetizing dishes. At first, they try Chow To's soup and are mind-blown by the flavors. But when they try Kin Yat's dish, they simply close their eyes and stay frozen, enjoying its simplicity. Chow To goes to one of the judges and tries his leftovers. When he gets a taste, he simply takes his hat off, accepting defeat. Kin Yat and the team celebrate the win. Ping Yi even hands him the dragon head cleaver as a gift. To everyone's surprise, Ping Yi's older brother, who had disappeared years ago, arrives at the set. He reconciles with Ping Yi and even tries the cabbage water dish. A few weeks later, all of them are at the restaurant. Kin Yat has decided to go on a tour with Ping Yi to learn about all the different cuisines in the world. In the last scene, he promises his girlfriend Ying to return soon. Subscribe for more videos like this, turn on notifications, and leave a like to help the channel out. Thank you. Hi, Mystery Recapped here. Today, I am going to explain an action drama comedy film called Big Brother. Spoilers ahead, watch out, and take care. Henry has returned to Hong Kong after serving in the US military for years. Looking to start a career as a teacher, he goes to his former school, Tak Chi Secondary. The principal notes that he doesn't have experience in teaching, but after being shown a recommendation letter from a higher official, he is given the job. Before Henry leaves, the principal informs him that the class he is assigned to teach is one of the worst in the school. The morning of his first day at school, Henry walks into the class to see that it is in absolute chaos. Some students are sleeping, others are singing, some are playing video games, while a good number of them are cooking ramen on a portable stove. Even after the teacher walks in, they completely ignore him and continue what they are doing. Henry tries to get their attention, but they pretend to not hear him. He gives up on trying to divert their attention and goes around the classroom commenting on the things they are already doing. The students who are cooking are asked to eat less ramen because it contains too much sodium. Henry then approaches a guy named Zufa playing ukulele and helps him with it. Similarly, he warns a gamer kid against the radiation he might receive from staring at the screen all day. Geez, if that's a real thing, then it's too late for all of us anyway. When the students finally start listening to him, he
Did you say
introduces
that?
himself and writes his name and phone number on the board. The students laugh because his handwriting is ugly. Then, someone from the students calls him and asks him to leave the class, but Henry laughs it off. The kids ignore him yet again and continue with the activities they were doing before his arrival. Having enough of it, Henry uses a rubber band and piece of chalk to trigger the fire sprinkler in the room. The students quickly spread out to keep themselves from getting wet. He finally gets their full attention and officially welcomes them to his class.
Welcome to my class!
After class, a group of 5 lowest-ranking students gathers in the sports supply room to smoke. The leader of the group, Jack, has a crush on an A-grade student from another class. The others find him staring at her picture and make fun of him. The group has a rivalry with the rich and spoiled kids from the school's basketball team. They enter the supply room and mock Jack, as usual, because he is poor. Later, the basketball team is practicing, while Jack and the group watch them from nearby. Jack drops a bottle on the court, which causes the team leader to fall. The group laughs, but is given detention by the school's English teacher, Miss Liang. To avoid detention, they play a prank on her and run away when she is busy cleaning her desk. Elsewhere, the school's principal is distressed because the education board is planning to deduct 20% of their annual funding. The people from the board come to take a tour of the school to inspect where the funds are being used. At the same time, Henry enters the classroom where the students have set up a bucket of water to prank him, but his reflexes work faster than the falling bucket, and he is able to push it away. The students who had been waiting to make fun of him are left shocked. Henry asks for Jack's packet of cigarettes, knowing that he smokes. Jack simply hands him the pack, curious as to what he is about to do. Then, Henry asks Zuffa to name the 3 ingredients that are in a cigarette. When he answers the question correctly, he is allowed to skip class for the day. Everyone starts to bang on their desks, demanding that they should get to skip class as well. When they stop, he hands them all a cigarette and asks them to analyze it. Henry knows that if he simply mentions the effect it has on their health, they won't take it seriously. So, instead, he asks them about the outcomes of smoking cigarettes and explains how tar forms in their lungs. For the first time, they pay attention to the teacher and are actually interested in learning. After the bell rings, he asks them to return the cigarettes, and the students reluctantly agree. That day, in the cafeteria, the captain of the basketball team makes one of Jack's friends, Bruce, trip on his leg. This gives rise to an argument between the groups, which soon turns into a fight. They throw food and tables at each other, destroying the place. Later, Henry is informed that 5 students from his class have been temporarily suspended for starting the fight. Henry finds Jack fighting his opponent in the hallway and stops them. On being asked to calm down, Jack accuses the school of being unfair because the rich kids get no punishment. That day, after school, Henry goes through the files of all 5 students to find out more about them. The first guy is named Zuffa, the son of a Pakistani immigrant who is always discriminated against because of his race. He is often accused of stealing by the policemen in his neighborhood. Zuffa's only wish in his life is to become a musician. The second student is a girl named Dinan. She was a disappointment to her father ever since her birth because he always wanted a son. Her entire life, Dinan has been trying to gain her father's respect. She even cut her hair to a shorter length and played with cars to pretend to be a boy. Yet her father doesn't care about her, while he treats her younger brother like a prince. Then there are brothers named Bruce and Chris. Their mother ran away with a man when they were only kids, which turned their father into an alcoholic. The brothers only had each other to rely on while growing up. Bruce became obsessed with video games to escape reality, while Chris worked hard in a grocery store to make money for the family. Lastly, Henry can find no information about Jack's family background. In the following scene, we see Jack working at a restaurant as a waiter. An MMA bettor, Jian Ying, arrives at the restaurant with his business partners. When Jian Ying isn't looking, Jack steals his fancy lighter, but is caught. Jian Ying's men beat him up as he checks Jack's ID. After finding out that he is a student, he gives some money and offers him a job as their food delivery man. Somewhere else, Henry visits Zuffa's home and finds him running away from his father and his associates after stealing a ticket. He helps him at first, but after finding out why he is being chased, he takes the father's side. Then, he and Zuffa come to hang out at a bridge. To motivate Zuffa into doing whatever he wants, Henry sings with a band performing in the streets. Seconds later, Zuffa joins him and sings in front of people for the first time since being bullied at school years ago. Meanwhile, Bruce and Chris's father comes home late, like always, and orders them to bring him a beer from the store. When the brothers refuse, he yells at them to get out of his house. The next day, Henry meets with their father and convinces him to go to rehab for his son's well-being. In the meantime, Dinan's father brings her a bag of makeup products and asks her to act like a girl for once. Dinan is furious at him for always making her feel like she is not good enough. She applies the makeup on her younger brother and sneaks out of the house with the car key. She is about to drive away in her father's car, but is stopped by Henry at the right moment. He tells her that driving without a license is illegal and suggests an alternative. Following that, they go to a go-kart racetrack. Henry also invites her father and makes them race. The father and daughter show no mercy to each other during the race and eventually end up outside the track. Suddenly, Dinan's go-kart is hit by a vehicle, but she manages to dodge it. Unaware of this, her father cries, mourning his daughter's death. Dinan realizes that he does in fact love her and hugs him. The next day at school, Bruce and Chris, along with a group, are sent to a rehabilitation center to interview a recovering alcoholic. They are surprised to see that the person they have to interview is their father. The students ask him how he started to drink. The man answers that he loved his wife dearly, but she left him at the lowest point of his life. Hence, he started to drink and forgot that he had 2 kids to take care of. The man doesn't reveal that Bruce and Chris are his sons, but apologizes to them. By the end of it, the brothers are left crying. Somewhere else, Jack has started to work for the MMA bettor, Jian Ying. He offers Jack a lot of money to drug a fighter's drink in the next game. Jack is reluctant but is forced into accepting the offer. On the day of the fight, Jian Ying sponsors a fighter but bets money on his loss. Jack puts drugs in the fighter's drink, but is caught while doing so. Before he can blame Jian Ying, he is beaten up and locked inside a locker. A while later, Henry arrives there and asks the fighters if they have seen his student. The men ask him to return home, but Jack, from inside the locker, yells for help. After finding out he is being trapped, Henry attacks them and overpowers them easily. When the fighters step in, it gets a bit intense, but Henry dodges their attacks efficiently. By the end of it, he knocks out their best fighter, who is supposed to compete in a few minutes. In the following scene, they are at a hospital where Henry gets treated for his wounds. Jack tries to reveal the truth about Jian Ying, but is made to shut up. The news makes it to the television, and Henry starts being known as the man who beat up a professional fighter to save his student. His popularity in school grows, and the students start to respect him. They even get up to welcome him to the class, in contrast to how they were earlier. A flashback shows us that Henry used to be a prankster when he was in school. He even threw water balloons at a student who was playing piano for the parents in an event. Later, he fought the same student and broke his hand. He was suspended for the fight, after which he had to fly to the States. Starting that day, the students pay attention when Henry teaches in class and study hard for the upcoming college entrance test. Everyone is doing great, except Bruce, who has grown addicted to pills. It turns out that while Charlie turned to video games to avoid his family's problem, Bruce started doing drugs. Because he is unfocused, he does very badly in the mock entrance test. Henry promises to help him, but Bruce grows more depressed with time. Eventually, he jumps off the balcony of his house. He is rushed to the hospital and goes into a coma. The media twists the news and blames it on the school and Henry for what Bruce did. The officials from the education board interview Henry and decide to revoke his teaching license. When he packs his things and leaves the school, the students chase him, asking him to stay. They are heartbroken by his absence, but they know that they should ace their upcoming test to make him proud. From that day on, they study twice as hard to prove to the board that Henry is a good teacher. On the day of the test, Jack, along with all of his classmates, get a text from Henry asking them to meet in the school an hour before the exam. When the students gather, they find out that it was Jian Ying's trick to keep them confined in the school so they won't make it to the examination hall on time. He is doing this to teach Henry a lesson. A while later, Henry arrives at school and finds out about Jian Ying's plan. He lets the students free and fights all of Jian Ying's people to stop them from harming the children. They escape and quickly make their way to the examination hall, while Henry fights Jian Yang. While they are fighting one-on-one, Jian Ying reveals that he was the guy who Henry had thrown water balloons at when he was little. It turns out that ever since Henry broke his arm, he wasn't able to compete in a big music competition. Ever since the incident, he hasn't touched a piano and blames Henry for ruining
That's
his
the
career.
twist.
Henry tries to reason with him, but is attacked yet again. They struggle to get a hold of a knife. At last, Henry gets in a chase to kill him, but doesn't do it. He asks for forgiveness for what he did when he was little and walks away. The students reach the examination hall at the right time and complete the test. Cut to a few weeks later. They all pass with flying colors. Jian Ying starts to play the piano again, but has a lot to practice before he gets as good as he used to be. Bruce recovers quickly and promises to attend the next year's entrance test. The principal is also delighted because the board decides to give them a 20% bonus fund because their students did very well in the entrance test. Henry returns to teaching and does the fire sprinkler trick on another batch of students. Subscribe for more videos like this, turn on notifications, and leave a like to help the channel out. Thank you for watching.
That was fun, Matt. Yeah, like nothing too crazy. Just calm, but I love that actor for like he did IP Man, right? And since then I've always loved him. Yeah. Like in my head he's just the IP Man, you know? Hitman, bro. In that movie he kicks ass. Alright, well, I'm gonna go to bed. I'm gonna catch you tomorrow, my friend. Yes, hopefully you hang out tomorrow as well. I don't work Thursday, so tomorrow we can hang out even later. Yeah, we could. Well, I'll have to check my things. I might have a date with my dad to practice driving. But we'll see how that goes because his car needed some repairs today. He let me know, so we'll see. Of course. Yes. No.